Test, test.
Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting of the Tucson Unified Governing Board to order. A roll call, please.
Here.
Mr. Romero?
Here.
Dr. Ravi?
Here.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Here.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Here. Next, I'd like to let everyone know that we do have interpretation services if needed. Next, we'll do our land acknowledgement statement, and that's given by Kendra Harlan. Kendra? Hi, Kendra. I'm going to say a little bit about you before you begin. Kendra is a fourth grade student in Ms. Peralta's class at Carrillo K-5 Magnet School. Kendra is a hardworking and kind student. Outside of her regular school day, Kendra participates in the school band and plays clarinet and has participated in our annual Las Posadas. Outside of school, she likes to play softball, basketball, and ride her bike. Kendra has also participated in the Pascua Yaqui Easter ceremonies as an angel. Kendra is kind to others and is a leader on campus. Carrillo is proud of her hard work and dedication to both her academics and her contributions to the community. So go ahead, Kendra, whenever you're ready.
On behalf of the governing board of the Tucson Unified School District, I, Kendra Harlan, acknowledge that the school's buildings and facilities of the Tucson Unified School District reside on the ancestral homeland of the Tohono Nation and the federally recognized tribal land of the Pascua Yaqui tribe.
Thank you, Kendra. Have a great rest of your school year. Thank you. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance, and that is going to be given by Elena Borboa. Elena attends Safford Pre-K-8 school. Elena is a bright and enthusiastic preschooler at Safford Pre-K-8. She loves to dance and play. Her favorite color is pink, and she is a fantastic big sister. She regularly leads our entire Pre-K-8 campus in the Pledge of Allegiance with confidence and a great big smile. Her leadership and school spirit at such a young age make her a true gift to Safford. We are so proud to have her represent our school at the board meeting. So if you could all rise, and then whenever you're ready, Elena.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Elena, that was amazing. Thank you so much.
Okay. The door was open.
I know. Next, we'll move on to agenda adjustments. Dr. Trio?
President Ekstrom, members of the governing board, we have a packed agenda tonight. We also have some guests here with their families for some administrative appointments. So I'd like to request that items 6.1 and 6.2 follow the superintendent's report. And then, of course, we have a very important maintenance and operations budget study session. I'd also like to ask that 7.2 follow the hiring recommendations to the board 6.1, 6.2, and then 7.2 right after the superintendent's report. I also have a couple of agenda adjustments to follow directly after the call to the audience. We have some folks out here tonight very interested in our desegregation study session number 2. I'd like to move that one immediately following the call to the audience. And then, of course, our XED reconfiguration report to the board 7.3, also immediately following the call to the audience.
Okay, thank you. Next is superintendent's report.
Yes, President Ekstrom, members of the governing board. Welcome everybody in-house tonight, watching us online from home, wherever you are in the beautiful Tucson community. Here is an update coming from the superintendent's office. The great sights and sounds of the district over the last couple of weeks. I want to congratulate and celebrate the outstanding achievements of the Bonillas Elementary girls basketball team. This talented group of student athletes not only went undefeated in their regular season, securing first place in the district, but they also triumphed in the Roscrouge Cougar Classic, defeating the home team Roscrouge in a thrilling championship match. Principal Frankie Schiavone is proud of the team's accomplishments as their hard work, dedication, and sportsmanship reflect the values fostered at Bonillas. This success also serves as a wonderful feather in the cap of Coach R.C. Hanna, who has been a dedicated coach and has served for many years as the attendance tech at Bonillas. Coach Hanna's retiring at the end of the school year, and this victory is a fitting tribute to her years of commitment and leadership. We're all incredibly proud of the team and Coach Hanna, and congratulate them on this well-deserved victory. How about a round of applause for Bonillas Elementary girls basketball? I had a wonderful time visiting Linnarkieties for Love of Reading, which was among several schools I visited. I really want to thank Patsy Corday. She's a library assistant at Linnarkieties. She easily has one of the most beautifully decorated libraries for Love of Reading that I've seen around the district. I always enjoy going there every single year. I want to thank Patsy and, of course, Marisa Salcido, the principal, for their kind invitation, which has kind of become a yearly tradition for me to head out there for Love of Reading. I had an opportunity also to tour the school, to meet some of our newly arrived international teachers, and then, of course, to interact with some of our staff members, our XED team out there, and, of course, our early education programming team that's out there as well. I also had an opportunity to visit McCorkle K-8, pleasantly and surprisingly greeted by a wonderfully articulate group of student leaders representing the student council. I had a very informative tour of McCorkle K-8. We walked through a variety of the K-5 classrooms, the 6-8 classrooms, and our student leaders had no shortage of feedback to give me about cafeteria food and tardiness and wearing IDs and school start times, end times, suggestions for transportation, and of course weighing in on facilities issues like hot classrooms and what we can do to make classrooms a little bit cooler. So very, very informative time with the student leaders out there at McCorkle who are getting ready for the 8th graders at least, are getting ready for their spring trip to SeaWorld. Where they did promise me that they were going to focus less on the rides at SeaWorld and focus more on the educational aspects of visiting the park, learning about all the different habitats. So I will take them at their word. And I want to thank Principal Deanna Harris for welcoming me out there for the visit. A few weeks back, I had an opportunity to meet with all of our extremely passionate and educated XED service providers. We held an exceptional education forum out at Catalina High School, co-hosted by Dr. Sabrina Salmon and, of course, Art Mendoza representing TEA leadership. I want to thank Art for his participation in co-facilitating that event and for our employee relations director, Maricela, her support. Talked about the role of Medicaid, and we'll hear a little bit about that tonight in the public presentation, and its support for XED funding. We talked about HR's role in really making sure that we are recruiting and doing everything we can to recruit XED support, particularly XED support positions. In my address, in my remarks to the team, of course, aside from thanking them all for their service in XED classrooms, just talked about the immensity of the XED infrastructure. We serve around 6,400 students with disabilities in the district. We have one of the largest populations of students with disabilities in the state of Arizona. And I think sometimes it's just immediately thought that it's just the ex-ed teacher in the classroom, but there's this entire ecosystem of people that support that teacher, from the paraprofessional to the speech language pathologist to the occupational therapist to the psych to the counselor to the licensed clinical social worker. So we have this whole ecosystem of people that contribute to that student success. We had an opportunity to talk a little bit about that. And then I took an opportunity to talk about our reconfiguration, some of the reasons why we want to look at a reconfigured leadership structure to increase visibility, accessibility, and responsiveness. And of course, we'll talk a little bit more about that tonight during the public item. And lastly, we're actually moving down here, had an opportunity to welcome Navy Vice Admiral Jimmy Pitts and Command Master Chief Jeremiah Haller, our special guest. Some of the highest ranking Navy officers we've seen in the district come in for Navy Week. Navy Week is an opportunity that the Navy takes 1 week each year to make themselves available to K-12 institutions to answer questions about the Navy, do demonstrations, meet with kids at lunch, give presentations. So during the week of February 17th through February 23rd, the Navy brought its show to Tucson High and Saguaro. And we had an opportunity to talk to the Vice Admiral about all the different career paths that are available in the Navy for students that choose to serve. So I want to express my sincere appreciation to Tucson High Principal Kathy Comstock for hosting this opportunity and supporting this collaboration. And of course, we had several high school principals that came to the roundtable discussion talking about career pathways that are possible in the Navy. During the week, students, of course, had the opportunity to engage in virtual reality experiences offered by the Navy, and then allowing them to explore some of the Navy's groundbreaking work in not just virtual reality, but in AI. Additionally, the Navy band Southwest, they performed live concerts at various venues, bringing energy and excitement to the community. Over 50 sailors, the majority of whom are Tucson Unified graduates, participated in a range of educational and community outreach events in and outside of TUSD. We look forward. We thank them, Vice Admiral Pitts and his leadership team, for joining us for Navy Week. Next, I had an opportunity to visit Robinson Elementary for Love of Reading. I had a great time reading to the first grade students there, and of course, taking my school tour. We talked about the impact that the bond is going to have out there at Robinson Elementary, and how that school community is looking forward to the gating and fencing projects that will be coming, and then of course HVAC work that will be coming towards the school as well. Headed out to Miles Early Learning Center, where I had an opportunity to tour the school. But to me, the coolest thing about the visit to Miles was the teen court. Miles is a practitioner of teen court, where the students, the upper grade students, 6th, 8th, they assemble a jury comprised of middle school students, and they hear cases of other middle school students who are guilty of committing minor infractions according to the Code of Conduct. Of course, bigger infractions are handled by the principal, but things like tardiness, litter, truancy, ditching, usage of profanity, these are adjudicated by a jury of their peers. And it was absolutely wonderful to see it in motion. I got to witness a case of 2 students that were caught with excessive horseplay in the bathroom, the typical pushing and shoving and play fighting that will happen between students, and how that created a disruption in the bathroom during a break. So I really got to see peers talking to peers about why that isn't a good decision on a passing period. So I want to thank Andrea Steele for making that visit possible, and for allowing me to be a part of Teen Court in Action. And headed to Carrillo K-5, where I had an opportunity to read to our kindergartners. I want to thank Selena Morales, one of our outstanding kindergarten teachers, not just at Carrillo, but in the district, for allowing me to read to her class there at Carrillo. And then I had an opportunity to read to 4th grade as well. Always a wonderful, wonderful experience when I head out to Carrillo and read to those wonderful students. Monique Peralta, another outstanding fourth grade teacher, opened up her classroom, allowed me to read to her students, and that's how I capped off my Love of Reading month. So with the fun part of the superintendent's report down, I thought I would spend some time talking about budget. We are going to have a deeper dive into the school district's maintenance and operations budget situation a little bit later on in the agenda. But I remember not too long ago when I was a classroom teacher and even a rookie administrator where a lot of school finance absolutely made no sense. And when I would listen to some school finance presentations, they were so rife with technical language and calculations that I would tune out. So what I wanted to do is to speak very frankly to our community about what are the short-term challenges that the district faces pretty immediately with regard to our main budget, which I'll refer to M&O, which is maintenance and operations. That's separate from a desegregation budget. It's separate from our capital budget, separate from our Title I budget, which are other four major sources of funding in the district. But your bread and butter is maintenance and operations. That is the bulk of the district's operating budget, and it is made up of the amount of dollars that we receive from the state per student. So as Mr. Hernandez will get into a little bit more of a detailed sort of state of the district's financial situation across the next fiscal year, the next 3 or 4 fiscal years, I thought I would spend some time just talking about what is the need to know, like what is coming at us fairly quickly that we are going to have to address here in budget building season in advance of the 26-27 school year. So first, the number that we need to know. There's a couple of important numbers if you go to the first slide. 1.8%, that's the amount of students that we lost enrollment for this year. That represented a $3.5 million loss in the district's overall budget. We're tentatively expecting to lose the same amount of students next year. We are conservative in building a budget that reflects the amount of students that we lost last year, because the last thing we want to do is have the board have to cut that out. So we want to project that we're going to lose 1.8 million or 1.8% of our enrollment. That's consistent with the trends we've seen the last 2 years. So right out the gate, as we build the budget for 25-26, we're staring at a possibility of being down 3.5 million. Last year, the legislature gave TUSD and other Arizona school districts, they gave us a one-time $2.2 million allocation. It was called the poverty weight payment. And what that was, it was a one-time payment to school districts based off of the percentage of students in the school district that met the requirements or the parameters for free and reduced lunch. So TUSD's cut was $2.2 million. We've received word that that's been suspended. So we're not going to see that one-time payment again for several years, potentially fiscal year 28. So we're projecting a $3.3 million enrollment hit. Then you add 2.2 million that we were expected to get again. Our hole is very quickly climbed to 5.5 million. Our board, in its dedication to keeping our employees safe from any increases to their benefits costs on a monthly basis, they invested an additional 1.2 million into protecting our employees from the rising cost of benefits. That became an additional expenditure that we're going to have to cover. So that's an additional 1.2 million that we are going to be committing to. And then last year, we did collect right around $1 million in additional capital funding that was given to us by the legislature. So the legislature has suspended any more capital payments to school districts for the next several years. Our utility payments are expected to rise another 5%. That's water and electric. So that's an additional $700,000 that we're expecting to incur in expenditures. So right out of the gate, as we get started with budget building to the maintenance and operations budget, we are already 8.6 million in the hole. So not a fun time. These are the big numbers that if you're watching in the public that are just kind of important. Now, the next slide, that just talks about year over year, right? So this upcoming budget that we're building for 25-26 is expected to be $8.6 million smaller than what we had to work with this school year, 24-25. Now, that is within the larger picture of a larger deficit that has been accumulating over the last couple of years, right? So right now, we are operating in about a $23 million deficit. So what happened was those years that we were receiving the COVID era dollars through ESSER, that allowed the district to build up essentially a surplus of dollars because those ESSER dollars were used in the classrooms, capital projects, to cover expenses that would have been covered by your regular district maintenance and operations budget. So that allowed the district to build up what's called a carry forward balance. But what's happened is over the last couple of years, we have been burning through that carry forward balance because we've experienced enrollment declines, 1.5, 1.7, 1.8. But we've continued to make sure that our employees receive salary and compensation increases. This board has continued to dedicate itself to investing money in benefits so that employees don't have to pay any additional rising costs of benefits. We've had rising utilities. So our carry forward balance is going down and our expenditures are going up to the extent that we have built up a $23 million deficit, which means that we have ongoing expenditures that exceed the money that we're bringing in by $23 million. And so we also have a deficit going on over in our other major funding source, which is desegregation, where expenditures as a whole have expended our available desegregation revenue by $2.8 million. So our desegregation amount, the amount of dollars that we're allowed to levy, was capped back in 2008 at $63 million. So we're not allowed to levy more to cover the ongoing expenses of benefits and salary increases and 301 commitments, which are the biggest drivers in the deficit that we see in desegregation. So let's say the board wanted to just not make any cuts in deseg at all, it would have to transfer the $2.8 million deficit to the regular maintenance and operations deficit so that the deficit wouldn't be 23 million, it would be 25.8. Right now, we have typically approved employee compensation packages over the last couple of years that typically cost about $4 million by the time we settle on our comprehensive raise package. And we work with all of our associations on what those packages look like. Those packages have not been thoroughly discussed yet. We just got negotiation seasons underway. So just hypothetically, if the board considered a compensation package, it typically costs anywhere between 4 and 5 million. That would grow your deficit even further, upwards near 30 million. Right now, to cover our gaps, I mentioned that carry forward fund that built up during the time of ESSER. We're drawing down 13 million a year in those carry forward dollars to make up the deficit. We're also bringing in $10 million from capital. And capital monies are used for books, buses, buildings, renovations to our facilities. We have $10 million less every year because we're bringing $10 million in capital funds over to cover this deficit to make sure that our employees are not feeling the effects of this budget. The reason why now we are stepping forward is because we want to make sure that our community understands that we're very quickly getting to a different place financially, where we can no longer sustain a $13 million carry forward coming in to shrink this deficit. We can no longer continue with all of the capital needs in our schools to bring over $10 million in capital to cover ongoing expenditures. Carry forward funding, if we continue with this trend, will run dry after 26-27. So as we build the budget next year, 25-26, we would have no carry forward funds to be able to budget build for 26-27. So the board is going to be faced with some really, really tough work this budget building season, I think in all of our major funds, not just maintenance and operations, but certainly in desegregation, certainly in Title I. Those will be some tough conversations. But I think the spirit of all of these budget study sessions is that one-time funding sources, they are just one-time solutions. They don't solve a permanent deficit. So we have to really talk about ways that we're going to shrink our expenditures down, especially ongoing expenditures, so we sort of right-size the district, especially in the main budget, the maintenance and operations budget. President Ekstrom, members of the governing board, that does conclude the superintendent's report.
Thank you. Dr. Trujillo, I think you missed March 7th being Maintenance and Custodial Staff Appreciation Day.
I certainly don't want to miss that. So why don't we bring that slide up and let's talk about all of the amazing work that our maintenance and custodial teams and our grounds team. We want to thank all of you, all of our maintenance and custodial staff. Appreciation Day, March 7th. Maintenance, that's everybody that works on our campuses, implements capital repairs, capital fixes. We certainly don't want to exclude our grounds team. I know sometimes we talk maintenance, we think it's the custodians. It's also our grounds. It's also our grounds people that get out there and do all of the landscaping and the curb appeal. So we certainly want to take this time to make sure that on March 7th, if you're in our schools or visiting our schools, that we are personally thanking our custodians and our grounds personnel. Now that concludes the superintendent's report, Ms. Ekstrom.
Thank you. Next, after the superintendent's report is 6.1, administrative appointments, reassignments, and transfers. Interim Chief Operations Officer, Dr. Trujillo.
President Ekstrom, members of the governing board, this is kind of bittersweet because there's two amazing educational leaders that I think are crossing paths here. First, I want to start with our outgoing Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Blaine Young. I cannot quantify or measure the amazing impact that Mr. Young and his leadership has brought to the Tucson Unified School District over the last 6 or 7 years. Certainly in an area where we struggled with stable leadership early on in this administration's tenure, he has brought kindness, compassion, composure, passion, focus, and he's brought a new level of organization to every single division in operations. It's not to say that that work is done, but the personal touch that he puts into the work, visiting campuses, having one-on-one conversations with teachers and principals, getting a feel for their frustration, their wants, the vision that they have for their campuses from a capital perspective, I think has just been huge in remaking the culture and climate of the operations division. So we know that he has to retire sometime, and he's been good with us for the last several years, but I think now Blaine is looking forward to going into full retirement. So I want to publicly thank him for his service as a Chief Operations Officer here in the Tucson Unified School District. To help us fill this huge gap, we have engaged an executive search firm to launch a nationwide search for a permanent replacement for this crucial position. And we're looking at all candidates, internal and external. We want to make sure that we cast a wide net. To help us get to that finish line, we're going to need coverage for the months of April, May, and June. So that brings us to tonight's recommendation for Interim Chief Operations Officer. He is no stranger to operations. He's no stranger to the work of human resources or even the work of the principal. Mr. Juvenal Lopez is a well-seasoned educator with over 30 years of experience, many of those years in crucial district office leadership positions in one of the biggest districts in the state, Phoenix Union, serving as the executive director for human resources. He understands the importance of collaborating with employee associations. He understands the role of the negotiation structures and processes when building a budget. And mostly he's been spending a lot of time in his latter years with Phoenix Union running logistics and operations and dealing with the same types of issues and challenges that we're dealing with here in the Tucson Unified School District, whether it's HVAC or school safety or transportation or food services. So I'm proud to recommend Mr. Juvenal Lopez to serve at least till the end of the school year, which would take us to June 30th, as the interim chief operations officer while we engage in the search and the interview and selection process for the permanent position.
Governing board members, I will move the item.
I'll second.
Motion's been made by myself and second by Dr. Shaw. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Lopez.
Congratulations, Mr. Lopez. Mr. Lopez, I don't know if you're able to say a few words. I know there was some dental work earlier. We all know how that goes sometimes. So.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the governing board, Dr. Trujillo. Timing is everything. Yes, I had an appointment at 1:30 today and couldn't miss it because I actually have a DC trip with my grandson who's going from 8th grade to 9th grade, and we're going to go to the Capitol. Actually, my cousin is a congressman with Santa Barbara County in California, so we'll be able to visit him and just engage in that whole process of understanding, learning, and government from the class to the actual real example of what life is in government. Thank you for this opportunity. I look forward to continuing the great work that Blaine has started and continues to do within the operations division. It was very apparent to me that he is a phenomenal leader, well respected by his administrators, and an integral part of Dr. Trujillo's cabinet team. We know that logistics and operations are so critical to the operations of a school that when a campus is safe, when it is highly functional, and when it's inviting to all of our students and to our staff, we create the right learning environment and working environment where students focus on learning and our teachers focus on providing best learning opportunities for all students. So look forward to the work, and that's it for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Next is item 6.2, administrative appointments, Principal, Wheeler Elementary School. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, governing board members, very proud to make this hiring recommendation. Homegrown product, graduate of Saguaro. I think it was in a meeting with Mr. Armenta a few weeks back. He said she was actually one of his students when he was at Saguaro. And I said, Frank, how long you been around? But he does look good for his age, Mr. Armenta. But needless to say, I refer in administrative terms, this hiring recommendation is very much a unicorn, very hard to find. We're talking about a principal with a background in exceptional education as an educator, having extensive experience working with students with disabilities, understanding how IEP teams work and collaborate, and how to work compassionately with parents through the IEP process. And then in her later years in student support services as a counselor, understanding the importance of relationships and the de-escalation of conflict, and working to address parent concerns from a relational perspective more so than a policy first perspective. And I think that that's made her very, very successful, not just as an assistant principal at CE Rose, but in her interim year here serving the Wheeler community. So it is with great pride that I recommend Ms. Carrie Baltus to serve as the principal at Wheeler Elementary.
Governing board members, I will move the item.
I'll second.
Motion's been made by myself, seconded by Ms. Luna Rose. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Ms. Baltus.
Good evening, and thank you so much, governing board members, legal counsel, and Dr. Trujillo. This year has been outstanding. It's been one of my favorite years to work alongside the Wheeler staff and to work for our students and our community. And I am so honored to be able to continue the success that we've started and continue to grow. I just want to say thank you to TUSD leadership, Mrs. Shauna Rodriguez, my mentor, Lisa McCorkle, and of course our site council. A special shout out and thank you to my family watching at home, to my mom and Olivia. I love you so much. I appreciate all of your support and endless care. So again, governing board members, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
If we can have both of our administrators up for the customary picture, that would be great.
Next on our agenda is item 7.2, Tucson Unified School District Budget Study Session, number 1. Dr. Trujillo?
Yes, President Ekstrom, members of the governing board. At this time, I'd like to welcome our Chief Financial Officer, Ricky Hernandez. Not only talk about the state of the district and in terms of dive into a little bit more of what our projections are over the next couple of fiscal years, but then also to talk about what the cost estimates are in terms of the recommendations that were made by the Budget Advisory Committee to the governing board at the last minute or at the last meeting, so that we could make sure that the board has a clear understanding of what those costs are. And then, Ricky, I think you'll also be addressing some of the variances between the digital budget book and the Excel version of the budget book. So it's kind of like 3 agenda items put into this budget study session, but very important nonetheless. I know some of this information may be a little bit technical for some of those viewing in the public. My challenge to Mr. Hernandez is always remember we're speaking to John Q, taxpayer, parent, and supporter of TUSD.
Yeah, I've done these in a prior role, so I definitely have that background. So just an item of note, for a portion of the presentation later, that notebook you're being handed has some information, and I'll address it in a bit, but you won't need it for this first slide. So just to kick things off, this is the current state of the district as of the 100th day, 2 months ago now in January. So we had, according to our records at the time, just over 40,000 student head count, about 5,400 English language learners, about 5,700 students identified as exceptional ed, and almost 22,000 students who are eligible for free and reduced price lunch. Those are direct certified. Those are butts and seats. That's head count. Those are physical kids sitting in our classrooms as of the 100th day. Now, what we get paid on is average daily membership. And so for the public, average daily membership essentially takes a look at that head count and looks at how many days students actually attended school from the 1st to the 100th day on average. And based on that average count, then we are obviously paid a dollar amount per student. Our average daily membership for those students was just over 37,000 students. according to ADM for short. That generated a budget of just over $399 million in M&O, which is essentially our general operating fund. It's maintenance and operations. That is essentially our catch-all purpose fund for the majority of the operations of the district. Then you have an unrestricted capital budget, which is just shy of $22 million. As of February 21st, we had 6,885 employees, about 6,300 FTE. This does not include supplemental positions. We have a lot of individuals who don't necessarily have a full-time position, but they contribute with their work to the students of Tucson Unified School District. And on average, our biweekly payroll is just under $18 million. Since the beginning of July, we have processed a payroll that exceeds $250 million in this district. Just as a point of reference, we are the 5th largest employer in Pima County. So I wanted to make sure that you kind of get a breadth of what we're talking about, not only in terms of our students and their families, but in terms of the people who work for those students in this district. So diving into the financial projections. So at the top, you'll notice that I mentioned weighted ADM. So originally I mentioned that average daily membership, it's that 100th day average. We also get additional weights. So different types of students essentially are weighted differently depending on their classification. So a student who is classified as an English language learner gets a certain weight. Students who have different categories of disabilities, for example, get different weights. And so all of that data combined essentially becomes what's called the weighted ADM. Ultimately, that number is what is multiplied by the $5,100 that we currently receive, the $5,000, I should say, that we currently receive from the state for every single student in the district. So on average, we are projecting a decline of 1.5% of this weighted average ADM through fiscal year 30. So through school year 29-30. Currently, our average daily membership is just over 53,000. We are currently projecting a total decline of 6.5%. So that will bring us below 50,000 weighted ADM for the first time. This would drop Tucson Unified from being the 3rd largest school district in Arizona to being the 4th behind the Peoria Unified School District. Base support level, this is essentially the per pupil amount of funding that the legislature appropriates to every school district based on that ADM. So for every one weighted ADM, you get $5,013. Currently, the financial situation at the state has obviously not been a secret. It has been very tenuous. They had a $1.5 billion deficit that they closed last year. They're running a bit of a surplus today, but currently the projection is that we will receive a 2% increase to the base support level, which is essentially the minimum required by law. So we're required to receive an inflation or 2%, essentially whichever is less. Since inflation is greater than the 2, we get the 2. The projection is right now that for the next 3 fiscal years, we will receive that 2% before it drops to about 1% in 29-30. These are currently the projections from the budget arm at the state legislature. So these certainly could change if the economics of the state change going forward. But the projection is that for next year, we will receive an additional $100 for every student. But by FY30, we'll receive $414 approximately per student. So the increase is not going to be that significant. That will bring the average M&O budget capacity when you take a look across the 5 years and you include DSEG, but you take out carry forward, to be about $359 million. But currently, the district has expenditure commitments in that same time period that exceed $380 million. So we will run an average deficit exceeding $20 million year over year. We are essentially there today. And so this is a result of multiple factors. Now, one thing I do want to address that I'll talk about it in the future, but Governor Hobbs, my understanding is a few hours ago released her plan for Proposition 123, where she is looking at a permanent increase to the distributions of the state land trust that would increase the base support level and provide increases to teachers through the classroom site fund. Her plan doesn't indicate necessarily how much money that would be per student or per teacher, nor does it have a timeline for when that would take effect. Unfortunately, at this point, that plan, both the legislature and the governor agree, is too late for the 25-26 school year. So we're looking at a proposal that would go before the voters sometime beyond the current school year. So I wanted to make sure that I added that bit of context, because that came kind of while all of this was being put together. But other variables that obviously impact our budget deficit, at the top, I've mentioned employee benefits increase, and this is something that Dr. Trujillo mentioned. We were very fortunate that this year our increase to benefits was 3%. We were able to hold our employees harmless from any increases. Same thing for fiscal year 26 at 3.8%. So right now the national trend is about an 8% annual increase in benefits. That is what we're currently using as our projection. Obviously, if it comes in better, then that is going to be better news. But erring on the side of caution, I would rather use the national trend. So anywhere between $3.9 million in benefits costs as of this school year, upwards of $7 million in the next 5 years. So I provided it, for some context where two other larger employers, Pima County and City of Tucson, are looking at in terms of their increases. As you can see, City of Tucson's increases to their benefits plans is exceeding 10% for their employees for next fiscal year. Utilities costs, this is something that none of us can escape. This primarily focuses on electric rates from Tucson Electric Power, water rates from Tucson Water. In particular, those two utilities, we looked at an 11.7% increase in those utilities from 24 to 25. Southwest Gas added to that in the spring. Right now, we're looking at about a 5% average increase to the cost of our utilities through in fiscal year 26. So most of this is related to water and electricity. As there are issues around water, obviously being in Arizona, utilities will continue to pass on the costs of infrastructure and cost savings, or water savings, I should say, to the users, both commercial and residential. And we are certainly not exempt from that. Salary increases go without saying. 90% of our budget is people. We are in the business of having a lot of people do a lot of fantastic jobs. Since fiscal year 23, we've provided over $27 million in permanent M&O funded salary increases. This includes the compression that was provided several years ago to all employees, classified employees in particular, bus driver increases for retention, the increase to the minimum wage to $15. All told, in the last 2 years, we've invested over $27 million in permanent salary changes to our employees. The current projection that I'm going to provide you in the next couple of slides does not include any permanent salary increases. So anything that the board would decide to do in terms of providing additional compensation would obviously skew those numbers in a different direction. So I want to make sure that is kind of an awareness when we look at a couple of slides going forward. The budget balance carry forward, as Dr. Trujillo's mentioned, will continue to be depleted. This obviously was a very inflated number in fiscal year 23 of $35 million because it is essentially the last remaining vestiges of ESSER. ESSER was we've never received an influx of $250 million in this district with no strings. And that did some phenomenal things. Unfortunately, it skewed every single school district's finances, including our carry forward. Will go from $35 million 2 fiscal years ago to a negative of $3.2 million, a deficit of $3.2 million in a 4-year time frame. So we will have flipped about $38 million in cash. Dr. Trujillo mentioned the one-time supplemental funding. 2 years ago, the legislature and the governor committed to providing us added funding for students who were eligible for free and reduced price lunch. There was a 3-year commitment to provide 1 to 2% increases to the amount of money we receive for those students. Those were suspended, obviously, for obvious reasons, the $1.5 billion deficit. We received a $2 million supplement this year. It is one time. It will not renew. Right now, the projection from the legislature is to start those back up in FY28, but to kind of use Dr. Trujillo's point, for the foreseeable future, that increase is suspended. So we have no meaningful expectation that that money may return. And the loss of 123, obviously, currently 123, in addition to providing additional funds to provide the state with dollars to support school districts, we receive a supplemental funding or supplemental state aid from the legislature. This was a commitment above and beyond Prop 123 that the legislature, at the time that 123 was adopted, committed to all school districts. It was part of a $75 million 5-year supplemental state aid. We receive about $2.7 million of that annually. It goes directly into our M&O. Right now, the proposals do not appear that $2.7 million would return. So those scenarios mean that $2.7 million would be an additional cut to M&O. And the proposed changes by the legislature to provide this $4,000 increase of pay to teachers, while a phenomenal idea, would still cost this district $2.8 million, as there is no contribution for the payroll costs. We still have to pay state retirement, Medicare, Social Security. On those dollars, we'd have to pay an additional $2.8 million in order to make sure that we make good on the legislative proposal if that ultimately becomes what is approved by the voters. So all told, what does this come to? It comes to what is essentially in accounting a structural deficit. I've provided you a definition here. Basically, it's exactly what it is. We're exceeding our revenues with our expenditures. Although we can look at one-time cuts and temporary increases of revenue, unless we do something long-term, that will not ultimately solve the problem. The Government Finance Officers Association provides a bulleted list. You can read through all those, but essentially those items are what are their recommendations for any government who is experiencing any kind of structural deficit towards maintaining some sort of financial resiliency, right? And there are multiple things that we already do. There are things that we need to do better. And there are things that we need to implement all together in order to essentially put ourselves back on the track towards, essentially towards the black. But currently this district is in what is essentially a structural deficit as it is defined in financial, kind of the financial world. What does that look like in terms of dollars and cents? This is the current 5-year projection. So we will increase revenue in the next 5 years by just over $5 million. We will increase expenditures by over $4 million, but we will retain a deficit on average of $21 million when you look at all those 5 years together. We transfer $10 million from capital, so we essentially rob Peter to pay Paul. So we undercut into our capital outlay funding in order to buoy up the M&O fund. You can look at the prior carry forward and how it will continuously be depleted until we get to fiscal year 27, when the ending balance will drop below zero. As I've mentioned in presentations before you previously, it is not legal for us to adopt a budget that has that ends in a deficit. So ultimately, that $3.3 million means that we would need to cut that $3.3 million at a minimum, if not more than that, in order to stave off any potential deficit going into the future. But this is the current projection for TUSD for the next 5 years. Like I mentioned, there are no permanent salary increases other than what are already approved as of this fiscal year. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to break at this point for board member questions, and then for Ricky, I think it's most important that we put in profit loss.
Microphone.
Mainly for reference.
Yeah.
Then take them into.
Dr. Trujillo, can you put your microphone on?
Sorry about that. I just want to make sure we break for questions here. This is sort of the meat of the financial situation. And then we did include some profit loss information by school. I think members of the public can read those attachments. We then would like to go into just the impact that ESSA, the empowerment scholarships and the vouchers have had, not just on TUSD, but our neighboring districts, and what enrollment looks like with our peer districts, and then, of course, to the proposed solutions. But with that, I'll open it up to board questions at this time.
Governing board members, are there any questions for Mr. Hernandez? Yes, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you for the presentation. Would you agree that with 1,000 students, we gain around a little over like 5 million?
Approximately, yeah,
Okay.
I would say so.
Okay, thanks. Because looking at your numbers, you know, compared to the amount of students enrolled, 40,000, and then the average daily membership, that's a loss of 3,000 students, which is over $15 million. And so, you know, if we really got a hold on our truancy problem, our chronic absenteeism, we could increase our budget significantly. And so I think, you know, as a district, we need to figure out that problem and make sure we, thank you. So yeah, I'd like maybe a future agenda item to see how schools are dealing with that or not dealing with that.
Yes, Mr. Romero.
So you had mentioned Arizona School District's TUSD has dropped from third largest to fourth largest?
Not yet.
Not yet?
If that kind of comes to pass, we will drop to number 4.
And the reason for that is not because Peoria is increasing, but we're decreasing, correct?
Right.
It's decreasing too.
Yeah,
Is it?
Peoria is also a losing school district. They're just losing at basically a slower rate than we are.
Okay. And I know you're talking about FY27, that negative 3.2 million, and we can't operate on a negative budget. And if we can't make some of these changes here, and we are listed, as you said, the 5th largest employer in Pima County, if we can't get this budget under control, ultimately that means jobs to the people in our district, correct?
That will be one of the, I'll talk about one of those, but essentially we will need to talk about jobs. Like I mentioned, 90% of our budget is payroll, is people. So ultimately people will need to be part of the conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you can go ahead and move on.
Okay, and so I'll just gloss over these. Like Dr. Trujillo mentioned, one of the things that I did is I took a look at essentially the top 10 schools that have lost ADM in the last 3 years, and essentially what does that look like in terms of revenue, right? So like Tucson High in 3 years has lost 328 average daily membership. That transfers to a loss of about 1.7 million. And so you can see they're in order from most to least. Those are the top 10. Obviously, that list keeps going. But then on the flip side, we do have some gains. Obviously, at the top of the list is Tuva. In 3 years, their average daily membership has gone from 59 to over 600, so 3.1 million. That obviously has brought in a total of just over $6.5 million. Still not enough to offset the losses. When we look at it by region, Region 1 being on the far west side, Region 5 being on the far east side, and everybody in between, you can see that essentially from, mid-east to far east, those are where we experienced the greatest losses versus going west. Region 3 is a positive, but that's because that's where Tuva is. And so that's why they have a revenue change of almost 2.6 million to the good. So like I said, this list continues. I've shared it with the board previously, so I just wanted to make sure that you see kind of what the contributors are from a school basis. But as Dr. Trujillo mentioned, we are not alone in this. This is something that our neighbors, both in Pima County and Maricopa County, are experiencing. These are the 5 largest school districts from 2020 to 2024. Mesa Unified School District at beginning of fiscal year 20 had just over 62,000 kids. As of the end of last school year, they dropped almost to just over 57,000 students. Every one of those school districts is losing kids. On average, 7.6%, and we are the 3rd largest. We dropped below Chandler about a year ago. We have lost 10.5% of our enrollment, but when you take a look at the 9 largest school districts across Arizona. Obviously, they're all in the great state of Maricopa County. And then there's us. So you can see that essentially, with the exception of 2022, which is really kind of when everybody started coming back from COVID and everybody had this nice jump, or, like us, we kind of kept even, we reclaimed 7% of our students. Everybody's experiencing negatives. You look at all of these school districts, big and small in terms of size, but all have the most kids in terms of, and they're all unified. So none of them are, doing anything different in terms of K-12 sizes. I will say that I believe all but 2 up here have an override. Every one of these has a bond, but everybody is losing. Deer Valley is by far one of the greater losers. I mean, I use that term loosely because I have great colleagues in Deer Valley, but in terms of enrollment, that's what they've looked like. So we are essentially in the company of other school districts who are experiencing this loss. Now, when you take a look at just headcount in Pima County, unfortunately, our neighbor to the north, Amphi, has lost the most students since the end of the pandemic. On average, they've lost 12% of their enrollment, but it has not gone essentially unnoticed in every other school district except for 2, Tanque Verde and Vail. Vail continues to grow, and they will probably continue to do so as long as there's land to build houses. And so they have increased by almost 8% in the same time frame that the rest of us essentially have not. But every one of the other school districts, with the exception of Tanque Verde and Vail, is essentially in an urban area. Marana has started experiencing charter schools that they really didn't have before. Sahuarita is experiencing a lot of ESAs, is what they're, a lot of micro schools. People are just trying to keep their kids home and do micro schooling or homeschooling. So the enrollment across Pima County certainly is not without the experience that other districts look like. Now with us, kind of what the enrollment trends are over the course of those 5 years, this is, so what I did is I took the entry points at every grade or every kind of grade span, kindergarten, 6th grade, 9th grade, right? And then what the experience, what our kids are doing in the in-between grades. Obviously, the greatest losses, goes without saying, have been in our middle schools. We've lost about 20% of our 6th graders, and then about 17% of our 7th and 8th graders leave us. My understanding is that about 50% of the kids who do not become TUSD 6th graders never become TUSD freshmen. So, so we will lose 50% of those 5th graders permanently at times. High schools, I mean, we do a lot better at retaining our high school population. Our high school programs tend to be pretty robust, and then followed by kindergarten and grades 1 through 5. But one of the biggest issues has to do with charter schools. Obviously, Pima County has a lot of them. These are the 5 largest charter schools in Pima County. All of these have charter school presence within our boundaries. You'll notice that the first 4 all have over 1,000 students, and then it drops to Academy del Sol. So PEP is everywhere. Lehman Academy, they've essentially expanded their footprint beyond Marana. La Paloma has been around a while. Basis as well. Academy del Sol is over on the southwest side in Star Valley, so off of Valencia and Wade. So they have a presence on the far west side. They have seen enrollment increases with the exception of Basis and Academy del Sol. Didn't really figure out why, but essentially those last 2 have experienced losses in that same time frame that the others have not. So what does it look like for them? They've all seen increases. So you can kind of surmise that the middle school kids that we don't capture are essentially being captured by charter schools. Same thing with the elementary grades. They're really not showing up at the high school grades. A lot of them do not have high school programs. They have K-8 programs. So a lot of those students will come back to a traditional school district high school, and a lot of it has to do with either just tradition. My mom was a Rincon Ranger, so I'm a Rincon Ranger, or whatever the case may be. And that tends to be the tradition, obviously, with a lot of high schools. But charter schools in that same time frame have been able to sustain their enrollment Obviously, post-COVID, a lot of these, or just before COVID ended, a lot of these schools opened really quickly, really early, and they were incentivized by state government to do so. But then you've got empowerment scholarships, ESAs. So this chart has a lot of information. So this is a chart of every zip code within TUSD, whether wholly within TUSD or partially in TUSD, and where these ESAs are being picked up for different years. So the bottom line, essentially the black line, I guess you can say at the very bottom, is fiscal year 21, and then the purple line at the very top is current school year. The three red boxes are the three peaks. Those are the three largest zip codes where students from Tucson Unified are receiving ESAs. So East Side, 85710, that is a zip code. One other time, I'm gonna note, every one of the zip codes that has an arrow is a zip code that is entirely within our boundary. We don't share that zip code with anybody else. So 85710 is East Side. You know, think of Gale, Henry, Dietz. West Side, that's 85745. Choya, Maxwell, Tolson. Everybody kind of west of Silver Bell. And then 85750, that's shared between us, Catalina Foothills, and Tanque Verde. That's northeast around Fruchtendler. Those are the three peaks. The three valleys, where the least number of enrollment is, I mean, it kind of goes with what has been the narrative around ESAs, where these ESAs tend to benefit students from a more upper income family versus lower income families. So 85701, downtown. So Davis, Carrillo, Drachman, Safford, one of the lowest. Borman, the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, those students have actually been able to accept ESAs universally for longer than it's been universal, simply because they are the children of military parents. Most of our kids continue to go to Borman. 85714, our south side, so CE Rose extending out to Van Buskirk, so kind of going out to the rodeo grounds, that is the lowest. Now, there's a low point in here that I will mention, 85735. That is kind of Ryan Airfield. There really isn't anything out there. The closest school is Banks. But when you look at it, if you look at Ryan Airfield thinking that's far west, 85757, which is the next one to the east of that, is the next lowest. So students essentially who are living in that area are not accepting ESAs. They're going to public school for the most part, right? 85757 is Star Valley. It's, Valhalla Road. It's Ajo and Valencia, essentially. Think of that intersection. But we are losing our students essentially where we expect that we unfortunately have been losing them. Our east side, our far west side, our downtown and south side essentially have been, and southwest side for that matter, have been really our strongest zip codes. And this is all data from the Department of Education. So this is straight from them, but this is exactly where we're losing students to ESAs. So I will now dive into some potential options. So obviously,
Ricky, before you move forward,
Yes.
can we ask if anybody has questions on that presentation? No? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So, so I've looked at several options. None of these obviously are the one solution. This is something that is really more for discussion. Increasing class size, that's something that obviously would be very difficult to undertake, but if we increased every kindergarten class from the maximum of 26 by 1 student, and every grade from 1 through 12 by 2 students, we would generate a savings of $4.3 million, but it would mean eliminating 58 teaching positions. If you increase all grades by 1, you'd save $1.6 million, but you would eliminate 21 teaching positions. Non-DSEG M&O budget cuts, and I'll kind of explain what I meant by these 3 different scenarios. So proportional to function. So basically, if the majority of the function of your department, your expenses are instruction, then you got the least cut, right? I propose a cut the least. But if your proportion is administration, then you got the greatest cut. And they range from there. So if it's basically proportional to it. So if you have 7% of your budget is essentially administration, then your department got a 7% cut. That only comes out to about $4 million. And that was just me kind of playing with a scenario of looking at instruction versus administration versus support and so on. Now, if you dedicated a percentage to two different buckets, so instruction, whether it's regular instruction or community schools like our PEEPS programs, our IELCs, our preschool programs, and they get a 3% cut. If support service, and then support services along with it, that's all of our exceptional ed, all of our health services, all of our professional development work, all those get a 3% cut, but everybody else outside those categories gets a 6% cut. That's $5.3 million. If we just essentially take a look at everything across the board at 5%, 6.4. If everybody takes 10, 12.8. This is only departments. This is not schools other than the class sizes. All right, we're not touching the schools. If we freeze salary increases, every salary increase of 1% to M&O costs $4 million. This is more of a deferral, obviously, because we're not going to be able to not provide salary increases forever. So for every year that you don't do it, it's $4 million. It essentially stays in the bucket. So just kind of, every 1% to $4 million. Furloughs. A 1-day furlough would save the school district $2.4 million. A 2-day furlough, obviously double that, $4.8 million. That furlough would need to take place on a non-school day. Or it could be that the University of Arizona did this when they furloughed employees. They essentially reduced salaries equal to that amount for a year. So that they would essentially, everybody showed up to work, you just got less pay, and then you were able to take a day off. You could do it different ways, but that's the value of furlough. A departmental hiring freeze. So as of February 21st, there are multiple positions that we could freeze from all departments that would yield a savings of $5.7 million. Now, this doesn't include any vacant positions that are already in hire. So if these people have been given a job offer and they're in the midst of going through orientation, whatever, they're not in there. Positions that are centrally funded for teaching, think of fine arts, language acquisition, magnet, gate, those are not affected. And positions that are funded, but the positions have to be funded by M&O, DSEG or non-DSEG, and the indirect cost fund. So those two funds. Grants would be exempted, and the other thing that's exempted from here is exceptional ed. I forgot to put that in the bullet, but no exceptional ed hiring freeze would be applicable to that department. And finally, probably the most unpopular one of these is school closures. So closing schools, depending on the selection of schools, could yield a savings of upwards of $3.3 million. This would obviously depend on the retention of students at those closed schools, right? So if you close a specific school, how many of those kids will continue at whatever the receiving school will be? We've experienced that previously, so we have some history to look at that. But right now, a school closure scenario would yield $3.3 million. So as you'll notice, none of these scenarios will cover the whole deficit. There essentially need to be multiple options to accomplish this, and you can do it in different ways. All of them are uncomfortable. The other thing that's been mentioned off and on in call to the audience and kind of in the community has been the discussion of an override. This school district has not had an override since Bill Clinton was the president. So if you remember Bill Clinton, that's how long it was. But we haven't had an override since the mid-1990s. Now, assuming we have no changes in our average daily membership, that we have our current budget commitments are essentially still, we're allowed to ask for voters to approve a 15% override to our revenue control limit, which yields to $42 million. This would eliminate the need to transfer $10 million from capital to M&O because this $42 million would essentially cover that. Now, here's what it does to carry forward depending on the scenarios. Now, if you provide no salary increases, and this is just kind of to provide you, different viewpoints. your carry forward goes from 29 million in fiscal year 27 to almost 98 million by fiscal year 30. The deficit is unchanged though, because you've really not changed any of your spending. All you've done is just brought in more revenue. If you include salary increases, assuming you do like 3% in year 1 and 2% in years 2, 3, and 4, your carry forward goes from 17 million in fiscal year 27 to 5.5 million in fiscal year 30. So you still end up with a positive, but your deficit then balloons to 31 million because we've done nothing to essentially cut our spending. We're still spending more than we're bringing in. So, I want to highlight the last point. An override does not solve our structural deficit. Ultimately, it has to be a combination of multiple things. ADM stabilization is another thing. We've talked about this before. Mr. Romero laughed at it. It's good to be a zero, but it is good to be a zero. If we essentially moved our ADM losses from a loss of 1.5% to literally zero, our deficit would drop by 4%, and our carryover would flip to a positive 1.1 million. We'd obviously have to sustain that. It gets better, obviously, if you increase. It can get better even if you shave off a 1% loss. You can decrease the deficit by 2 million. You can decrease you can increase your carryover by 90%. But that means obviously bringing in students into our buildings. Without any of the changes, without some changes, we will face that $35 million deficit by fiscal year 30. It is an inevitable reality. We're not alone. As I presented to you, the 5 largest districts in Arizona are all losing enrollment. Our largest losses are our East Side schools, unfortunately. And there's a variety of reasons for that. But the most viable way to essentially move ourselves forward are 3 things. We reduce our budget, our spending. We need to stabilize enrollment. And I'm not saying we have to go from, 1.5 to 0, but we need to make some headway. And potentially seek an override, seeking some sort of revenue stabilization, because that will buy you time. That essentially, if you have the injection of dollars, it gives you the ability to be a little bit more deliberate and methodical about what you can do in order to stabilize it. Because again, the override does not solve the deficit. Our future depends on austerity. It's a dirty word right now for a variety of reasons, but it depends on austerity and revenue generation because unfortunately, as doomsday as this sounds, nobody's coming to save us. So that's presentation part 1.
Questions? Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Hernandez. So, thank you. I don't want to say thank you for the sobering information, but it's sobering information. And you're correct. Nobody is going to come save us at all, whether it's Prop 414 or an override. We're not going to get that from the state and federal government. So my question to you is, as we have a current administration that's doing the first State of the Union as I'm speaking, and going to publicly state that they're going to get rid of the Department of Education, what does that do to Title I? Because we are a Title I district, and I'm really concerned. I know about that because I know in years past, not just under their first term, and I'm not saying that person's name, under their first term, that was something they tried to do, and then President Biden was able to stave it off. But now that they're back, what does that look like for the district?
So our understanding from the potential dismantling of the federal Department of Ed is that some of these entitlement programs would be siphoned off to other portions of the government. In Title I specifically, one of the things they're talking about is turning it into a block grant, essentially giving every state a chunk of cash and then letting the state departments of education determine how it's allocated down to the school districts. We sort of do that now. The state already sort of gets an allocation of it. There is some guidance and some oversight by the Department of Education right now. But ultimately, it calls into question what that looks like if it becomes a block grant. and the fact that it then becomes something that is at the political whim of the elected superintendent of public instruction in Arizona. And so Title I is on one hand, on the other hand is IDEA, right, which supports our ex-ed students. That is another one that's been talked about. So we're watching it very carefully because the unknowns are the biggest questions we currently have. There's not a lot of direction, obviously, that they're providing. It's just very much a slash and burn mentality, unfortunately.
Okay, because with, if it comes down as a block grant, I mean, I don't trust this state at all. Even with Ms. Hobbs sitting in the governor's seat. So, I mean, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but I also don't want us to become Isaac or Roosevelt or Cave Creek. I mean, Pima County's been able to stave that off a little bit. So, and then in terms of school lunch, I know that we're already not getting the $2 million, but that's also on the block, right?
That's already in the Department of Agriculture, right? They dole out the National School Lunch Program, but my understanding is that they are taking a look at the CEP program, which is currently allowing us to have free breakfast and lunch for every student in Tucson Unified. They are looking at increasing the eligibility percentage from the current 40% that allowed us to be CEP to 60%. My understanding from the Food Services Department is that would cut off about 24 schools in TUSD, and so we'd have to take them back to being a lunch. Basically, we'd have to charge a fee for those students who are not eligible for free and reduced price lunch. So I mean, we're equally concerned about the National School Lunch Program.
Okay, and I have one more question. So I'm kind of, and the reason why I'm speaking about Title I, because we also have a state superintendent who a decade ago got this district in a bind and got rid of what was then the Mexican American Studies. And so those are very important departments to this community. So I'm just trying to figure out where we're going to be, because I mean, I think we are going to have to. I think we are going to have to use all these avenues to right the ship, because again, nobody wants to close schools. Nobody wants to be taken over by the state. Like I do believe the Isaac School District was taken over by the state, correct?
Correct.
So then there's no need for a board and autonomy, and that's what the public has asked us to do. So I'll listen to my colleagues, and I probably will have more questions.
Governing board members, any questions for Mr. Hernandez? Mr. Romero?
All right, let me get back to this scenario. All right, we're going back to our budget reduction scenarios. So looks like on a couple of these, as far as recommendations, I know we have our summary back over there, but it looks like we probably should be touching in on a lot of these things. I think some of the immediate ones that we should be looking at, again, to stop the bleeding right now, like you're talking about, department hiring freezes. That would be a great start right from the get-go. Let people know that there could be the freeze on all salary increases, because we don't want, the situation where we're losing, 58 FTEs or 21 FTEs. I think that would be like the last case scenario that we're going to want. But I even know, like I said, some of these hard questions that we have to look at. Again, school closures isn't fun, but if it's costing us, $2 million more to keep a high school open than the money that we're bringing on into that, how long are we got to keep that wound open also? So I'm grateful that you put all these budget reduction scenarios. I think huge. We need to work together as a district, and like you said, this 10% across the board give us that 12.8 million, which is the biggest amount of any of these things that's on there. So I think it's imperative that we focus on how do we do that in every single department to get to that, because we have to work together if we don't want to start closing schools or getting rid of teachers. Am I correct in that, my assumptions?
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Trujillo.
So I think, Mr. Romero, when you listen to the presentation, Ricky's kind of echoing the direction of our team. We are in a situation where we want to start thinking about these things now before they become extreme, okay? And our philosophy for cost reductions is to always start as far away from the classroom as possible and start in areas that don't touch people and don't touch programs. And that right now is vacant positions. So I think we're at the very first step where my recommendation would be to at least look at our vacant positions right now that are not classroom teaching positions. They're not school-based. They're in administrative departments. We've got about 5.9 million of those. We are forming a cross-departmental team with representatives from across administration to look at that list and really start looking at recommendations, in terms of what's mission critical and what's not, and coming back to the board. I think that that's a solid first step in the situation that we're at now. We put all options on the table. Now, they go from simply a hiring freeze all to as drastic as a school closure. If you're watching this publicly, it doesn't mean that the board is going to do all of these things right now. It's just those are what your options are. What the Isaac situation, I think the message that has sent to other school districts is that if these hard decisions aren't made at some point, the state comes in and does it for you through a receiver. And a receiver is not an educator, it's just an accountant. And they're not asking any questions. They're overriding boards, as we see in Isaac. The receiver has the authority to override the board and the superintendent and just execute. And certainly far away from that, but I think it's good that we're starting to have these conversations now.
So you said a budget override doesn't fix our problems. So what are the benefits of an override?
So the benefits of an override, like I mentioned, is that it brings an influx of revenue that allows you then to be more deliberate. It gives you a little bit more time, essentially, to take a look at what those budget reduction scenarios should be, right? But it's not, because even an override is not permanent, right? In year 4 or 5, you have to go back out to the voters and ask them to renew it. So it only buys you enough time as you need to really balance yourself out.
Yes, Dr. Trujillo.
That's a great question, President Ekstrom, because it's a two-part answer. There's the financial answer and there's the educator answer. I'm going to give you the educator answer. The override is separate from the budget because the override, that is our ability to retain and recruit world-class teaching talent with a competitive compensation package that gives our kids nothing less than the best. And because of this compromised budget situation that we're looking at with this deficit, the budget as it stands right now doesn't allow us to take the field in a competitive way to compete with all of these other districts that do have override dollars and they're able to outgun us. So I'm looking at it as an educator as my obligation to put the best possible teacher in every classroom. So from the education point of view, we need it. And I think you heard from the financial perspective, fiscally, it does buy you a little bit of time to be able to chip away at the deficit.
And as someone who has lived through school closures as the mayor of the city of South Tucson, do we have data on school closures and how they affected our communities? Did those students come back? Did we really make money off of school closures?
Yeah, so my understanding from the data that was shared with me is that about 25% of students never came back. So we did keep the majority of those kids, whether they stayed at the school that was assigned to them when their school was closed, or they went to another TUSD school. But at that time, about a quarter of those kids permanently left the district.
So, I would say, we don't want to lose students. So I would say that that's off the table for now, because our whole goal is to keep students and to have students come back to the district. So that's just my comment for now.
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Shah.
Thank you, President Ekstrom. And we're spending a lot of time tonight on this presentation, but I think it's really important because this really is key to almost everything we're talking about over the next couple of months as we build our budget and do everything for the next school year and beyond. And as we talk about a potential override, I'm on slide 14, Gene. 14. You have control, Ricky.
Which is
slide 14. That's the enrollment head count, Pima County.
Okay.
And all these schools, these are all the different school districts in Piedmont County. Which one of them have overrides and which ones do not?
So every single one of those school districts, with the exception of us and Sunnyside.
Sunnyside has a capital override.
Sunnyside has a capital override. They do not have an M&O.
So every single school district here, except for us, has some kind of override.
Correct.
Okay. And I think a lot, you mentioned earlier, a lot of why we're here today in this scenario. Part of it is obviously the enrollment loss post-COVID and the continued enrollment loss. But a lot of it is the ESSER money we receive, which is the COVID relief money. We spend a lot of it on one-time costs. We go to schools, you'll see the outdoor learning spaces, the different furniture and other things we purchase, the shade structures, so many things that we spent on one-time costs. But we did spend a lot of the money on addressing learning loss, on RTI positions, response intervention, to pull out programs that the small group intervention, MTSS coordinators to help folks, students that are struggling, and so many other positions in our schools that are working either directly with students or working with the teachers to be stronger in their work. And it is hard when we get these programs in place, and especially those that are showing that they're really making an impact for our students. We're seeing the growth that's leading to our letter grade increases across the board in our schools. And we really struggled last year in figuring out how to keep those positions. And that's one of the reasons why we're in such a deficit, because we were really trying to keep as many positions that are working to improve outcomes for our students. And to be able to keep that, we need to really right size a lot of what we're doing in the district in terms of this spending. And even if we get an override in place, the $45 million, our goal isn't that it just plugs up the deficit. We do want to do some deficit cutting going into it so that we can address salary increases for our staff that they deserve and they need to retain and recruit the best and brightest, to do even more for students. We have a lot of conversations. We have people coming to call the audience. The more we want to do, we want to have more music programs and art programs for our kids, more physical education, more kinds of things that we know not just drive enrollment, but improve outcomes for the students and really drive a lot of what we're doing. So we want to be able to do a lot of these things with an override, shore up some of the budget, keep some of the positions that are student facing, as well as increase salaries and increase even more positions that are really making an impact. And one of the things we're doing right now with our DSEG budget is trying to right size our budget, because there's a big overage, $3-4 million in the DSEG budget. That's just coming from the M&O. We're stealing all the money out of the M&O to pay for these programs. And so our goal is to try to keep everything at level, spend money in programs that we have money for, and use M&O for things that we really want to, and a potentially an override for things that we really can make an impact. And I think my question here, Dr. Trujillo, is like a timeline. Are we looking to, going to the slide on the potential scenarios and options, are we looking, what's our timeline here to start making some decisions, making some cuts for the 25-26 school year? Even if we go for an override, if that's what we decide to do, right. Our goal, again, isn't just to plug up a $20 million deficit with that. Our goal is to actually do more with salaries, expand programs that are making a difference in facing students directly. So we do want to make some cuts so we don't go into each year with that huge structural deficit we have. So what kind of timeline, what process are we putting in place to address and vet some of these potential reduction scenarios to make some decisions going into the next budget?
So the administration strongly encourages the board to, at the very least, deal with the $8.6 million shortfall that occurred between last year's budget and this year's budget. That's a good first step, is to at least cut 8.6 mil so that you right size your budget heading into next year. Obviously, we're not going to deal with the whole 23 mil in one chunk. For that 8.6 million, our immediate recommendation is a departmental hiring freeze. Anything that is not a classroom teacher position, that's not student services or student facing in a school, freeze it. We're going to put together a cross-departmental team. We're going to look at those position by position and make recommendations to the board about what's mission critical and what's not. And then I'm going to ask Ricky to come back with a cuts package, okay, across administrative/operational departments based off of percentage, to see what percentage of cuts that we can put together alongside any savings that we see from the administrative hiring freeze, to see if we can handle the $8.6 million reduction. Salary and compensation, that has to be negotiated. Those conversations are going to be ongoing. And as Dr. Shaw said passionately, I want to make sure that everybody watching this doesn't associate an override with TUSD handling its fiscal business. An override, those dollars are directly for educators, directly for teaching quality, for recruiting the highest quality teachers and educators for our schools. We want to do that. We need to do that so we can be competitive, so we can honor our teachers that work for us now with a better and a more professional salary and a salary and compensation package that will attract future educators to come to TUSD. That's a separate priority. But I think we have to show the community that at least we're going to tackle the $8.6 million additional deficit that has happened year over year. I think we do it with a departmental hiring freeze, and then I think we look at a budget reduction package as you proposed earlier. And that timeline would be this spring.
Yes, Michelle.
Thank you. I think, we have to deal with our deficit, the 8.6 million that Dr. Trujillo mentioned. But before we do any other, budget reduction scenarios or even look at it, I really want us to put in a real effort to increase our enrollment and to boost our average daily membership. I think it's we're not lifting a finger in that regard. And I think it shows that, in a way we lack strong leadership, and the board, we have made some poor decisions. I'm thinking about that $1 million that we just spent for outsourcing landscapers, having this deficit, and we just spent $1 million to cut some grass. Why did we do that? I'm really upset that I voted for that. Our superintendent's goal, one of them is to increase enrollment by 0%. We've put ourselves in this situation, and I think we need to be aspirational. We have to manifest what we want. One reason why we're in this this problem with DSEG today is because we decided to pay for those RTI teachers out of DSEG, and that was about $4 million. And so, I voted against both of those things. I think that if the RTI teachers, we need to look at that data, and if it's not working, if we're not seeing a real increase in, their, thank you. If we're not seeing an increase in, their scores, then what are we doing? So either we need to move things out of DSEG that shouldn't have been there in the first place, and then take a real look at how we can improve our district. And I hope that at an upcoming board meeting, we could look to see how we can boost enrollment and also increase our average daily membership.
Are you going to keep going? Yes,
Whenever
Dr.
you're ready.
Trujillo.
I will say, for the sake of time, I just want to survey the board. Are you interested in cost analyses for budget advisory recommendations? I think financially our situation is pretty clear. I'm not sure we can afford a lot of this, but we certainly can proceed, or we can wrap and sort of move on. Because I know we spent a lot of time on the presentation. A lot of this is for community reference, for board member reference.
I think for me, we've seen from the budget, we've gotten a report from the Budget Advisory Committee. So this is information that we've already seen. If we want to move this to next week's agenda and finish, we could do that.
And I'll make a note. So the notebooks you received, those are all the presentations the Budget Advisory Committee received during their various meetings. I wanted to make sure that you each had them. For the public, they're all on board docs if members of the community want to reference them on their own. One of the requests that the board had made of Ms. Gist was, what supporting information did you have, or did the committee have, in order to make these recommendations? And so mine was really going to be a summary of what we put in those binders, so that way you could kind of peruse it at your leisure, and then you can look at this at the presentation kind of in conjunction with
Do
it.
you want this on the next governing board meeting?
I would like this on the next governing board
Okay.
meeting, as well as the budget book reconciliation.
Okay, I think
Okay.
we can cut it here and then
Bring it right back.
finish it back
Yeah.
at the next meeting.
And the attachment will stay up, and so community members can read about the budget book reconciliation, formulate questions. Same thing about budget advisory recommendations and costs.
Okay,
Thank you.
great, thank you. And thank you, audience, for bearing with us. But this is the reality that we're in, so we just want to be as transparent as possible. Next is call to the audience, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Shaw.
All right, members of the public may speak during call to the audience. The governing board clerk shall be responsible for recognizing speakers and for maintaining order where it may be appropriate. Those who speak in person or want to have their comments read shall email or call the board office or complete a request to address the board form before the meeting. Speakers who have not completed a request form are not permitted to address the board. The speaker must state their full name and topic prior to addressing the board. Speakers are encouraged to be brief with a maximum time of 3 minutes. While more than one speaker may speak together in the time allowed, speakers are reminded that they are not allowed to speak more than once and may not transfer or delegate their time to others. If there are documents for the board, please give them to the board office staff and they will ensure each board member receives a copy. Those attending the meeting and or speaking before the board shall observe rules of good conduct. Speakers shall also refrain from inappropriate or slanderous remarks. And because TUSD serves students from preschool through high school, speakers should be aware there may be children present and listening. At the end of the call to the audience, the governing board president will ask if any board member wishes to respond to criticism, wish to ask staff to review a matter, or wish to ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. No more than 2 members may address each topic. Contents of this card are public information. All right, so tonight we have 6 in-person speakers and 13 to be read. And we're starting with Deborah Hamuli, and then followed by Nanette Murray and Jonathan Levi. Okay. I think we have Nanette Murray. Is that Deborah Hamuli? Is she here? Okay, please come to the podium.
Good evening, Governing Board, and ladies and gentlemen of this evening. My name is Deborah Hamuli. I am a junior at Cholla High School and a member of the Student Advisory Council, also known as SAC. I'm here to speak about the African American student budget cuts. Being a part of this council made me confident within my own skin, the black skin. That is what makes our community special here in TUSD. Before the African American Student Services, students like myself had to downplay our struggles for our non-black counselors and teachers to understand us. That instead of saying, I, a black student, feel, I've been taught to say, I, a student, feel, because there was never a black perspective within our student system, our school system, that made me feel confident that change could happen. But this all changed when I found out about the African American Student Services by one of the staff members at my school, Camila Johnson. She told me all of what they're doing and planning to do. Then I was once introduced to Dr. Tanya Shozer and the rest of the staff. Because of their presence, it pushed me to advocate and to represent all and any black students within TUSD. This program pushes black students forward. This program allowed me to support my family in ways I thought I couldn't. This program gave me a reason to fight for our education and our future. For that, I say, the Student Advisory Council stands here today to be the voice for black students in TUSD. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. We have Nanette Murray, Jonathan Levi, followed by Lillian Fox, and then finally Abida Lelson, and then Don, Don Demps is the last one.
Good evening. My name is Nanette Murray. I am an English language development teacher in elementary at Sam Hughes Elementary, and I'm a 3-time National Board certified teacher. I'm here to talk about the excessive amount of assessment that the district is mandating, and it's hard for the board and the superintendent to see what's really happening. And so I feel like you need to hear from teachers about what data is useful to us and what it actually looks like doing the assessments on the ground. A big, huge part is how much time we're losing from instruction. Adding up benchmark, iReady, and Dibbles, the loss of instructional time is 40 to 45 hours a year. And that doesn't even count the beginning of the year when you have to help all the kindergartners and first graders log in. That's practically another hour right there. So that does not include unit assessments where we're trying to find out what did they learn this week. And it doesn't include the state mandated assessments that we can't do anything about from this point. I think we're getting inaccurate data. What we're seeing from iReady in particular doesn't match teacher observation or other assessments that we find useful to see where our students are. And I also think that the data that we're going to be getting from state assessments are going to be fouled by the amount of time that our students are sitting at a computer and clicking. I've seen it. I've been administering the Azella, and I've been administering it for 15 years now in the district. And this year, kids are like, click and go. And there's only so much you can do during a standardized test about that. So the things that we are looking at, the impact on enrollment, I think from the amount of assessment we're doing, I do the tours at our school, and the three things that parents want to talk to me about are the too much screen time, too many assessments, and class sizes that are too big. Teachers are in a bind. We want to do what's right for students, and what's right for them is to actually instruct them instead of over-assess them. We also are impacting, there are teachers that are saying, I'm not going to bring my kids to a TUSD school now, and I never thought I would say that. It's impacting teacher retention because of us feeling like we're not doing the right thing. And I'm really glad that the district has shown itself ready to be sit down with teachers and listen to us. And side note, look at what the RTI teachers are doing, because a lot of schools are being forced to use them to supervise computer clicks.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. We'll have Jonathan Levi, followed by Lillian Fox.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Levy. I'm an English language arts teacher at Catalina High School and the father of a student at Tucson High. I just wanted to speak to the testing issue, which I know the board members are very well aware of the concerns of many of the teachers, parents, etc. I just want to speak to an incident that happened a couple weeks ago on our campus. So many members of our junior class, when asked to take the benchmark, chose to leave the testing area and go back to their first periods. This was completely a surprise to us, the teachers. We weren't expecting our students to come back to our classrooms, and it was completely a decision made by the students themselves. I think this speaks to the issue that the testing burnout for students is very real. If you have a large numbers of members of a class making a decision to essentially break the rules to make a point, this means it's probably the case that other schools, that other students are feeling the same way. Another thing it showed me was many of these students, I hadn't seen this excited, engaged, and enthusiastic in our classroom since the beginning of the year. They were excited to have thought through a position, determined what they believed, made their voices heard, and to take action. They were enthusiastic about this. They were pumped up. And that brought up a point that I've been noticing for a while now. We are losing that excitement, that engagement, that passion, that joy for learning in our classrooms. And this is what we are there to foster. And I'm not saying that testing, the burdensome nature of testing is the sole cause of this, but it is definitely a cause of this decrease in joy on our site. And if we can change that, I think it speaks to that issue about increasing enrollment, an essential factor in this environment where budgets are being cut, et cetera. We've heard all the causes. But I mean, we need to make our schools a place where young people's minds can engage again. With that in mind, it's very exciting. I think I heard today that the district may be willing to work with the TEA on this. And I think this is an essential first step. We have to really chart a course to get us to that point where we're actually doing what we were all basically hired to do. Go and foster an environment or create an environment that fosters true excitement, enthusiasm, and learning. And I think the reduction in testing is a first step. So, thank you.
Lillian Fox, followed by Adiba Nelson.
My name's Lillian Fox, Jennifer Ekstrom, board members, Yolanda Borboa, and staff members. You can read, you're smart people. I'm going to skip it because of all the stuff you were told about the budget. One thing I will say, don't renew the contracts tonight. He is supposed to give you a list of all the names, and he's telling you it's all the teachers and some other certified people. You need to know exactly who the certified people are. Tell him to come back with a list. That's the way it's always been done and should be done. Now, turn to this. The blue blob that's eating up the schools is the departments. Almost no matter what happens with the money TUSD has got, it keeps increasing the percentage of money and the amount of money that goes to the departments. We started off with the departments only getting 39% of the budget. They're all the way up to 55%. If you turn over to the next, skip to the next pie chart, it shows we reduced the number of employees this year, and guess what they did? They increased the number of employees in the departments and reduced them in the schools. That's why this chart looks like it is. That's why the percentage of employees who work in the departments is increasing. Almost everything Mr. Hernandez told you tonight was about cutting the damn schools. They've cut the schools too much. Don't put up with that. Now, they also talked about how we just don't have enough money. We're just starved for money. You get more money per student than any local district. You have a lot more money than any other district does here. You have a lot more money per student than the average for Arizona. There are 11 big districts. He picked 9 districts to talk about. Oh, and by the way, this gives you the truth about how we're losing. We're losing a lot of students. We're a lot worse than other districts, except for one. This is the 11 big school districts. We get the next to the most money. We pay the next to the worst to our teachers. We have the next to the worst performance. We've got to change that around. I gave you this, month ago or something. The red was, these are students who are extremely dissatisfied because there's so much disruption in class, there's so much bullying, the schools are filthy, all the red stuff is bad news, and the teachers back it up. On the back page, I have a little short section that's just teachers. They confirm what the students are saying. You've got to change the conditions in your schools if you want to keep employees and students. This chart also tells you what the rate of chronic absenteeism in these poorly rated schools. They're very high. Schools that have a whole bunch of red for dissatisfied teachers, dissatisfied students, they have high chronic absenteeism too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Adiba Nelson, followed by Don Demps.
Adiba left, and I'm Dawn Demps. So my name is Dawn Demps. I am a professor of education leadership at the University of Arizona, and I am reading a letter sent by Jamaica Del Mar on her behalf, and if I have time at the end, I would like to give a little bit of comment. Dr. Del Mar shares, I am writing on behalf of the University of Arizona's African American Student Affairs to express our strong support of the continued funding at the current rates of the TUSD African American Student Services Division. The work of this division is invaluable in providing essential educational and developmental opportunities for Black students in our community. Without adequate funding, the programs and partnerships that directly impact these students would be at risk. Through our collaboration, we have two key programs that illustrate the significance of this partnership. They are the Summer Leaders in Training Program, which is a 3-day immersive experience where rising seniors from TUSD stay overnight at the university. During this program, students engage in workshops on college readiness, leadership development, financial literacy, etc. This initiative fosters a sense of belonging and confidence among participants, many of whom are first-generation college students. The next large initiative is Black Excellence Tucson, which is coming up on March 29th. And this is an all-day college planning event designed specifically for Black students and their families. This program provides vital information on admissions, scholarships, financial aid, and support services. It also connects students with Black professors, professionals, and other college students, reinforcing a strong community of support that encourages post-secondary success. These initiatives are just two examples of the ways that TUSD African American Student Services plays a critical role in supporting the academic and personal growth of Black students. The division's resources, staffing, and programmatic support are essential to sustaining these programs, which not only benefit TUSD students, but also contribute to the diversity and success of higher education at U of A. Reducing or eliminating these services, we strongly urge you to maintain and protect the division's budget so that we continue providing such services. As a mother, I would like to say that my daughter went to Holiday. You've seen me here before. Now she is at Utterback. I take the 20-minute ride because African American Student Services exists, and I promise you, you would lose the $5,000 from me if I did not believe that TUSD believed in diversity with all of the programs you have, not just African American Student Services. I know that you know that these students matter, and so that's why my daughter continues to go here. I do not want to be one of the parents that will homeschool her daughter, but I can. I have the capacity to. So I think you should talk to parents as well to find out what it is the parents want and why they're leaving. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Demps, and we have a number of letters to be read. The first one is from Monique Ruiz, a student, about benchmark testing. I feel that benchmark testing should not be mandatory for high school students. Benchmarks are timed tests that not only cause students stress, but it also puts added unnecessary pressure on students. Another reason why benchmarks should not be mandatory is because benchmarks don't truly show a student's true capability to perform their learned skills accurately. As a student who has test anxiety, I have always felt that benchmarks add an excessive amount of pressure and can also be very discouraging when I am told what I am and aren't smart. When I'm told what I am and aren't smart based on a computer's calculations. Next letter is from Krista Warden about SLPs, OTs, and PTs. Dear Dr. Trujillo and esteemed TUSD board members, on behalf of the district's SLPs, OTs, and PTs, I want to express our concerns regarding the district's financial priorities and their direct impact on student services. Recent financial and exceptional education reports highlight two critical issues: declining student enrollment and increasing demand for specialized support. Addressing these challenges requires a focus on direct student services rather than administrative expansion. According to the financial state of the district presentation, the district faces an increasing projected deficit over the next 5 years, and overall enrollment continues to decline. However, enrollment of students in exceptional education continues to maintain steady, which increases the percentage of ex-ed students compared to the total student population. Exceptional education is restructuring to increase direct services, yet caseloads for SLPs, OTs, and PTs remain excessive, limiting legally required and high-quality support. These proposed budget cuts target student services while administrative costs continue to rise. Rather than increasing administrative overhead, we urge district to implement caseload caps in line with best practices to ensure quality services and prevent provider burnout, And 2, redirect funds from upper administrative growth to frontline student services, ensuring that every dollar spent improves student outcomes and supports enrollment stabilization efforts. If we do not address these concerns, it will not only harm students with disabilities, but also drive families towards alternative education options. This in turn can lead to further enrollment declines. Families choose schools based on available support services, and without investment in these critical areas, the confidence in the district will continue to decline. We urge the governing board and superintendent to prioritize student-centered investments by capping caseloads for essential service providers. TUSD can set the standard in Southern Arizona when it comes to caseload caps and encourage more related service providers to join the district. We welcome the opportunity to discuss these concerns further in an upcoming board meeting or working session with district leadership. Thank you for your time and consideration. We look forward to your leadership in making fiscally responsible choices that directly benefit students and support the dedicated professionals who serve them. Sincerely, Krista Warden, Speech Language Pathologist, Grijalva Elementary School. Next, we have Laura Gavera, to be read, Speech Language Pathologist. Dear Dr. Trujillo, Val Romero, Sadie Shah, Jennifer Ekstrom, Dr. Ravi Shah, and Natalie Luna Rose. My name is Laura Gavera, and I'm a speech language therapist at Tully Elementary. This is my 3rd year in both the field and the TUSD district. As a new graduate, I was filled with excitement about becoming a speech language therapist in a school setting, eager to make a real difference in my community. I envisioned a role where I could inspire students, make therapy fun, and build strong partnerships with families. However, as I've entered my 3rd year, I found myself contemplating leaving the field altogether, not because I don't love what I do, but because the overwhelming workload and lack of support have become too much to bear. The reality of this job weighs heavily on my colleagues and me. Our caseloads are far too large and the paperwork is suffocating. Yet we are expected to do it all: provide individualized therapy, attend over 50 IEP meetings, complete Medicaid billing, create adapted materials, supervise students and SLPAs, attend staff meetings, and so much more, all while ensuring that each student gets the attention and care they deserve. But in reality, we often end up missing sessions or working long hours just to keep up with the paperwork. My colleagues and I didn't sign up for this. I signed up to be there for my students and their families, to be a source of support and guidance, but instead I find myself drowning in administrative tasks. It is disheartening to see how much we as professionals are forced to sacrifice to keep up with the demands. It is also disheartening to know that students and families are not getting the support they deserve because of the broken system we are working in. Students and families are continually being driven away due to a lack of quality services and support. If things don't change, I fear that many of us therapists will be forced out of the field, people who genuinely care about making a difference in our students' lives. And students will continue to miss out on the care and services they so desperately need. This isn't a new issue, and we can't afford to wait any longer for change. I humbly ask for your help in implementing caseload caps, offering competitive salaries, and redirecting funding to improve student services. We need to return to a place where we can truly focus on the students and families who rely on us. Thank you for taking the time to read this letter and for considering the needs of those who work tirelessly to serve our community. Sincerely, Laura Gavera. Right, next is from Betts Putnam Hidalgo, Stop the Hate, Stop the Bullying and Racism. TUSD called to the audience, board members and Dr. Trujillo, stop the hate, stop the bullying, and stop the racism. I hear that there are students in our district these days that are hearing racial slurs that are making their lives miserable. It is not surprising that people who feel like the white race is superior to others feel emboldened right now with such slurs and insults coming out of people who call themselves leaders. Such slurs are never acceptable, least of all in TUSD. While I truly appreciate the district's efforts to make its immigrant students feel safe, the safety should be for all of its students. Particularly in light of the tragic suicide of the 11-year-old Jocelyn Rojo Carranza in Grainsville, Texas. Now more than ever, it is important for the district to appreciate and strengthen the wonderful breadths of diversity and make public schooling an incredible learning experience. Jocelyn was bullied by students repeatedly about her immigration status. Her district's response appears to have been slow and ineffective, causing her or contributing to her suicide. Proclamations and flowery words won't do it, though. For some 45 years, we had court oversight that attempted to hold the district accountable for discrimination. Now that oversight is gone, but the need for protection is not. Students and their parents need to know that their complaints about racist comments will be taken seriously by teachers and/or administrators. They also need to know that if those complaints are about teachers or administrators, they will not lead to reprisals. Teachers and administrators need to know exactly what the procedures are to investigate and handle such complaints quickly and effectively. TUSD, build trust, stop the hate, stop the racism. Next is Cristobal Barajas, testing. Good afternoon. My name is Cristobal Barajas, and I'm a teacher at Pueblo High School. I'm writing to insist that teachers have a seat at the table. To be blunt, the oversaturation of testing has led to incredible apathy in our student population. Instead of focusing on teaching skills organically, we as teachers are pressured to teach for test outcomes. Students often do not try on the tests because they see very little value in taking them seriously. By allowing teachers to have a say about which and how many tests we take, schools will be able to properly prioritize important tests such as the ACT while developing academic strengths in the classroom. Thank you for your time, Cristobal E. Barajas. Next, we have Lauren Alexander Morrison, speech language pathologist and workloads. Good evening. I am one of the district's speech language pathologists. I am concerned that the workloads for speech therapy, occupational therapy, and physical therapy providers remain unsustainable. Unsustainable workloads limit and even prevent our ability to provide legally required and high-quality services, our ability to complete Medicaid billing in a timely fashion, which negatively impacts Medicaid reimbursements to the district, and causes us to miss important IEP, RED, MET, and evaluation deadlines, which is also a legal liability for the district. How will adding more administrative positions with exceptional education, ex-ed, improve the workloads that therapy providers are drowning in daily? Money you are proposing to spend on creating more administrative positions would be better spent hiring additional therapy providers so that the workloads of current providers could be reduced to sustainable portions. For most of the school year, I've had 116 students on my caseload, double the amount I was told I'd have in my interview in July. I was case manager for 65% of them. Now I have 85 on caseload, and it's an improvement from the over 100 that I've had for a majority of the school year. I'm thankful, but this workload is still too high for one speech language pathologist, and right now, there is nothing preventing my workload from creeping back up to 100 or more students, and there's nothing preventing it from happening to my colleagues. Each student in ex-ed requires at least one IEP meeting and one IEP written per calendar year, one reevaluation every 3 years, and 4 quarterly progress reports. I'm so busy doing case management duties, coordinating and chairing IEP meetings, RED meetings, and MET meetings, corresponding with team members, writing IEPs, METs, REDs, and writing progress reports, that I have not had the capacity to actually plan and provide speech therapy sessions as mandated on the students' IEPs. During meetings when teachers and parents are concerned that their child has not been receiving speech therapy regularly, I'm the one who has to sit in discomfort and provide an unacceptable explanation while my professional relationships with teaching colleagues and students' families erode. Leadership has the luxury of not sitting in those IEP meetings to field questions and complaints from teachers and parents. I am on the receiving end of criticism about something I can't fix. Exceptional education and district leadership have the power to fix high caseloads and prevent these situations from happening again to me and my colleagues. But our working conditions and disabled students' legally mandated therapy services are low on your priority list. How does restructuring ex-ed benefit service providers and disabled students we serve? How are you going to restore trust and create positive professional relationships with ex-ed? Sincerely, Lauren Alexander Morrison, speech language pathologist. Next, we have Katie Jones, speech language pathologist. Dear Governing Board members, I am a speech-language pathologist writing on behalf of TUSD's related service providers to express our concern about the district's priorities when it comes to direct student services. Dr. Sabrina Salmon will be presenting a proposal for the Ex-Ed department restructure at the Governing Board meeting tonight. She will be highlighting some of the challenges the Exceptional Education Department faces, including a decline in overall student enrollment, an increase in students with high support needs, and fewer related service providers. I would like to provide some information about these challenges from an employee working directly with students. As I type this message, it is 9:45 on Monday night. I've been working outside my school day for hours in order to complete the tasks that need to be finished before we leave for spring break. I have been debating with myself, should I just finish one more report or go to bed and save it for tomorrow? At 4 p.m., an hour past contract hours, which ends at 3 p.m., I thought, should I just make one more phone call or leave to pick up my preschooler from childcare? This is not uncommon for me or for other related service providers. One reason for the decrease in related service providers is employee burnout. Providers are leaving the district. Our caseloads are too high. There's too much paperwork. We are constantly juggling 1,000 different tasks, from writing reports, conducting evaluations, providing direct service, contacting parents, collaborating with teachers, to lesson planning, to many other duties. We are forced into making difficult decisions about whether to provide direct service to students or catch up on paperwork and billing. There is not enough time in the day to get all these things done. The direct service minutes we provide are mandated by federal law. The timelines on paperwork, such as IEPs, are also mandated by federal law. In order to provide quality service, comply with the law, and avoid costly lawsuits, we need to have lower caseloads. I would urge the Governing Board and TUSD leaders to prioritize district student services above increasing the administrative costs of the Ex-Ed department. Please help attract new related service providers and retain the experienced employees we have by putting a cap on caseloads and offering market rate salaries. Thank you for your consideration. Katie Wint-Jones, MS, CCP, SLP, Speech Language Pathologist, Davison Elementary. Next, we have Sylvia Campoy, Agenda Item 7.1. Let me get to the bottom line here. Black and brown students in TUSD continue to be overrepresented in suspensions and continue to have astronomical failure rates in academic achievement. The job of the board is to derive authentic data that informs you about what DAPE, African American Student Services Department, Mexican American Student Services Department are doing to address these problems, along with what is done at each TUSD school. In review of tonight's Agenda Item 7.1 and the 2023-24 Annual Desegregation Report relative to cuts to the 3 departments funded by desegregation dollars, I offer the following from the perspective of having served as a Mendoza plaintiff representative for 20 years and my professional expertise in social justice within public school systems as a teacher, speech therapist, and civil rights director. The information provided by the Mexican American Student Services Department, the African American Student Services Department, and the district's Alternative to Suspension program each lack critical data and analysis, which hinders any assessment of the value of services in promoting overall success for African American and Latinx students. Instead of valid evaluative data and analysis, each report contained a flurry of copied flyers with no tangible correlation to academic success. A list of requested services from students leaves one cold without providing the follow-through and its data-based impact. Submittals also contain documents dated 2021-22, the wrong reporting year, which appeared to be a quick and dirty way of providing useless filler as if no one would read the report. The DAPE report included a new statistical method to analyze the number of Black students suspended. It is not consistent with the analysis methodology which has been in place and comes off as number trickery to play down the overrepresentation of the suspensions for students who are Black. It is insulting. The DAPE report lacks critical data analysis consistent with data analysis conducted in 2018 and the 4-year report. Let me repeat that sentence. The DAPE report lacks critical data analysis consistent with data analysis conducted in 2018 in a 4-year report. The current report provided to the governing board tonight are also greatly flawed by a lack of meaningful outcome data. Not providing the board with information needed to make budgetary decisions is unacceptable. Research indicates that the approach used by MASSD and AASSD continues to be deficit-driven, which does not serve students who have been historically and seemingly presently marginalized. The marginalization of Black and brown students must stop. Submitted by Sylvia Campoy. So I will encourage people to come to the audience in person so you're not hearing my voice all night long. But next we have Rudy McCormick, Recognition and Support of African American Student Services. Dear Tucson Unified School District Board, we are writing to you today as staff of the University of Arizona Office of Early Academic Outreach, EAO. EAO's mission is to increase the number of students and families that aspire toward and are eligible to enroll in a university degree program. We are writing today in recognition and support of the district's African American Student Services Department. The department just recently finished activities and events celebrating Black History Month, allowing students, families, and the larger community the opportunity to recognize the many contributions that African Americans have made and continue to make locally and across the country. Last year, we initiated a partnership with the department called Black Excellence Tucson. This event occurs outside of the Heritage Month and invites African American families to the University of Arizona for an all-day session where families can begin to develop a college plan for their K-12 children. The event was a success with approximately 75 families and over 200 family members in attendance. We attribute much of the success to the staff of TUSD's African American Student Services Department, both in their recruitment of families and in their co-facilitation of the event. Other partners included UA African American Student Affairs and the UA College of Education. We are happy to report that the second annual Black Excellence Tucson event is scheduled for Saturday, March 28th. We plan for an even larger group to attend. AASD's partnership on developing college planning events for families, the early literacy efforts, and overall academic support of students' academics are all key to a college-going culture being supported within the district. We thank the department for all they do for the community and ask the board to please continue to support the African American Student Services Department and their budget to do this critical work. Please reconsider budgetary restrictions that will only hinder the department's ability to continue to maximize their impact within the district. Susan Town, Coordinator, UA Early Academic Outreach. Rudy McCormick, Director, UA Early Academic Outreach. Next, we have Raul Aguirre, MASSD, Letter of Support. To TUSD board members, I am closing a letter of support for the Mexican American Student Services Department, MASSD, as you consider budget allocations for the coming fiscal year. This department has consistently demonstrated its commitment to improving educational outcomes for Mexican American and Latinx students within our district, and it impacts all students. Given the department's significant contributions and its pivotal role in advocating for equitable education, I believe that increased funding and continued support are both warranted and necessary. Such investment will enable MASSD to expand its programs and further its missions. Thank you for considering this request. In community, Raul E. Aguirre, President and CEO, REA Media Group. In the letter is, dear members of the Tucson Unified School District Governing Board, I'm writing to express my unwavering support for the Mexican American Student Services Department, MASSD, and to advocate for an increased budget allocation to enhance its vital programs and services. The MASSD plays a pivotal role in supporting Chicano and Latino students who constitute a significant portion of the student body of TUSD, and fostering a more inclusive and equitable educational environment for all students. The MASSD offers a comprehensive array of services tailored to the unique needs of Chicano and Latino students. These include mentorship programs, academic support, cultural enrichment activities, college preparation initiatives, and advocacy for students and family needs. By providing culturally relevant resources and guidance, the department empowers students to excel academically and develop a strong sense of identity and community. Notably, the MASSD has been instrumental in organizing events such as Adelante, an inclusive, open to all students, parent and youth leadership conference aimed at helping families and students succeed in school and prepare for college. The influence of the MASSD extends beyond the classroom, positively affecting the broader Tucson community, particularly families of low-income students, and by offering resources and support, the department helps bridge educational disparities. Collaborations with community organizations such as the Urban League, YWCA, Scholarships AZ, and the University of Arizona and Pima Community College further enhances its reach and impact. The MASSD has demonstrated remarkable efficiency in utilizing its resources to achieve significant outcomes. However, to continue to and expand its essential programs, a more robust budget is imperative. Given that Latino students comprise 65.2% of the student body in Tucson Unified School District, investing in their success is an investment in the future of our district. An increased budget would enable the MASSD to enhance existing programs, develop new initiatives, and provide additional support to students and their families. The Mexican American Student Services Department is a cornerstone of our educational community, profoundly impacting the lives of Chicano and Latino students and their families. I urge the governing board to consider the critical importance of MASSD and to allocate the necessary resources to ensure its continued success and growth. Investing in the MASSD will further the well-being and economic health of our city and county. Thank you for your attention on this vital matter. Sincerely, Raul E. Aguirre, President and CEO, REA Media Group. Here we have three more. Next, we have Paige Anderson, speech language pathologist. Good evening, governing board, Dr. Trujillo, and community members. I am a speech language pathologist in TUSD. I am writing tonight on behalf of this district's speech language pathologists and assistants, occupational therapists, and physical therapists. We are deeply concerned about the district's financial priorities and their impact on the students we serve. The upcoming financial state of the district and exceptional educational leadership restructuring presentations highlight two major challenges: declining student enrollment and an increasing need for specialized support services. Addressing these issues require prioritizing direct student services, not expanding administrative overhead. The data is clear. The district faces a projected $35 million deficit by fiscal year 2030, while student enrollment continues to decline. Despite exceptional educational restructuring, SLPs, SLPAs, OTs, and PTs remain overburdened, limiting their ability to provide legally required high-quality services. Due to non-competitive salaries, the district struggles to retain qualified professionals, leading to service disruptions and setback for students. While budget cuts to direct student services are being considered, administrative costs, including a new exceptional education director position, continue to grow. We are particularly concerned that this new position is proposed to be funded by IDEA grant money. The Trump administration has made cutting federal education funding a priority. If IDEA funding is reduced, how will this position be sustained? Will direct student services be further underfunded in order to cover these administrative salaries? This is a short-sighted financial decision with potentially serious long-term consequences. Once again, we urge the district to take immediate action on the following: implement caseload caps aligned with best practices to ensure students receive the services they need without overburdening providers. Offer competitive salaries for SLPs, SLPAs, OTs, and PTs to recruit and retain qualified professionals. Redirect funds from administrative growth to frontline student services, ensuring resources directly support student services. Failing to act will diminish the quality of services for students with disabilities and drive more families out of the district. Ex-ed parents choose TUSD because of its special education services. If we continue to underfund direct service providers, we will lose both students and their professionals to serve them. We urge the district to cap caseloads, pay competitive wages, and prioritize students over administrative expansion. We welcome the opportunity to discuss these concerns further in a working session. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to your support in making fiscally responsible choices that directly benefit students. Sincerely, Paige Anderson, MS, CCC, SLP. Next is Natalie Fry, speech language pathologist. Dear board members, this letter is from Natalie Fry, a TUSD SLP, with questions and concerns regarding the proposed restructuring of exceptional educational leadership. Dr. Salomon has said that the restructuring will allow her more time to address legal and compliance concerns, plan XED initiatives, and connect with employees by visiting cadre meetings. It is unclear how this restructuring will achieve these ends. Additionally, we have learned recently that the new director position will be funded by the IDEA grant money. Could the grant money be used to hire more staff that directly work with students instead? We are in desperate need of more classroom aides as well as smaller caseloads for XED professionals. On the website, there is not a detailed job description for either the current senior director nor the proposed director positions. The current job description for the XED director position is vague and suggests that XED experience is optional for the position. Please, can we have access to a detailed job description for the new director position, the senior XED director, and the proposed program specialists? I am in favor of positive change for leadership working with sites and communicating with employees, but I am yet to be convinced that this restructure will achieve that, rather than add more complications. Dr. Salmon, Dr. Trujillo, Dr. Hewitt, Mr. Hernandez, and HR attended the forum to address questions from related service providers regarding the restructuring. I am grateful to all of them for participating. I truly hope that this forum is the first step towards transparency and increased flow of communication between leadership and employees. Addressing the issues faced by those of us directly working with students effectively requires prioritizing direct student services rather than expanding administrative overhead. As XED professionals, SLPs, OTs, and PTs would like to be part of the solution for solving the problems that TUSD is facing. Finally, I urge TUSD HR to come up with a plan to recruit on an earlier timeline. By delaying job offers, our district has missed out on several of the best UA candidates and possibly other very qualified applicants. I thank you for investigating the proposed restructuring thoroughly. XED needs transparent and collaborative leadership, an earlier recruiting model, and to prioritize student-centered investments by capping caseloads and providing competitive wages for essential service providers in order to best serve our students. Thank you for listening and for your dedication to our district.
Dr. Robin?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I know you have one more, but it's the 45-minute mark.
Yep, I'll move to finish up the last letter.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, our last letter is from Rebecca Sapienza, speech language pathologist. Dear TUSD Governing Board members, my name is Rebecca Sapienza, and I'm a speech language pathologist with the district and have 2 children who attend a district school. I'm writing tonight to express my concern with the financial direction and priorities of TUSD and how much our current structure takes away money from the most important positions, those on the ground and in the classroom each and every day. When we look at TUSD's current administrative structure, we see a superintendent making $235,000 per year while he doesn't even live or make daily travel to district boundaries. Underneath him, he has a direct team of 14 people, 5 regional assistant superintendents, 3 additional assistant superintendents, 3 officers, general counsel, and 2 directors. The average pay of these 14 people is $124,000 per year. Underneath this group of administration, we have a plethora of coaches, coordinators, specialists, trainers, senior directors, associate directors, managers, analysis, assistants, researchers, and consultants. An additional 573 positions that fall under central administration. Seeing that TUSD enrollment has dropped over the last 20 years, I would like to see administrative positions and salaries drop in concordance with these numbers. It is widely known across the district and across Tucson that we are top-heavy and top-down structure, and that it has grown stale and ineffective. I want to see all the upper positions put some skin in the game. as they say, and feel the pain of the current financial scenario. I am not talking about one day of furlough. I am talking about a 30 to 40% drop in positions and or salaries. This includes the superintendent. A $100,000 pay cut would still leave him in a top earning position in the state of Arizona. The public will never agree to our hoped-for budget override, knowing how we currently operate. In addition, I want to see all of the district's top positions openly, vocally, enthusiastically advocate for public education spending and the budget override. At this point in time, those positions remain virtually invisible, and we will not allow that any longer. Please begin to engage with all forms of media and messaging to make it clear where you stand. Lastly, let's see all those people at the top show open support for better conditions on the ground. In my professional group, we need caseload caps and market rate pay to not only better attract and retain speech-language pathologists, but to maintain legally and ethically required services for our students with higher support needs. How many of those people are willing to take a pay cut or have their position dissolved for the better of the students? We are entering a new era of public education that requires creativity and wisdom from those on the ground, and it's time for the board and the administrative structure to take that seriously. Thank you for your time, Rebecca Sapienza. Madam President, that concludes our call to the audience.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Would anyone on the governing board like to address comments made during call to the audience? Ms. Shaw, then Ms. Luna Rose.
Good evening. I just want to thank everyone who spoke tonight and also who are here just to listen and support. First, I just want to state that I will not be supporting any reductions to the African American Student Services Department or the Mexican American Student Services Department. I'd like to ask staff to put on a future agenda a city action to review RTI positions, their training, their scope of work, and how effective that position is in improving proficiency rates. I would also like to ask staff to put on a future agenda a study action item on instituting a caseload cap for ex-ed service providers. And then I would also, well, it's my understanding that a task force has been formed to review testing. And so before I jump the gun and, see about the elimination of benchmark testing, which I would love to do, I'm going to slow down and wait for their guidance on that. So I'd like to still ask staff to put on a future agenda a study action on the review of benchmark testing, and also see if we could work with TEA and that task force to see what, when and where to reduce testing and what learning platforms we should eliminate so that we can, save money. And last but not least, I'd like to put on a future agenda a study action item to explore another budget reduction scenario where we see about putting central administration in a furlough.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody for coming this evening. I wanted to thank Deborah Hamouli for coming. I'm always very appreciative when students come and address the board, because this is your school district and you are the boots on the ground. You're in our classrooms every day. So thank you for coming, and I really appreciate your voice. And then I don't want to go much more into this, but to TEA, and I know that there's going to be a task force, but as a parent, and all of us are parents up here, as a parent of a daughter who's a junior, I've gone through almost 12 years of too much testing, and so I agree with what. Now I know we probably can't get rid of everything, because we do want to know how our kids are learning, but we don't want to overwhelm them and having your child come home after school crying and feeling stressed And so I'm hopeful for this task force and hope that we can work on something that will be beneficial to all. So thank you.
Thank you. And to piggyback off Ms. Shaw, I would like to know how many RTI teachers are administering tests. That includes Azella, any benchmark tests when we have that study action item. And I don't want to embarrass anyone, but there is someone close to me who had testing today, and she was very anxious and had a lot of anxiety on how she was supposed to feel about testing and what if I don't do well, etc. So I had to make sure to reassure her that however she did, she would be okay. But she tells me that she spends a lot of time on iReady and doing benchmark assessments. And as a parent, I would rather teachers focus on instructional learning, learning fractions, and reading more, things like that. So while I don't know how the plight of the teacher, please know as a parent that this is happening to someone close to me as well. So thank you all for coming, and that concludes Call to the Audience. Next on our agenda adjustments, we are moving to 7.1, desegregation budget study session, and we will start with Mexican American Student Services. So please come forward. Ms. Brummer, thank you for being here.
Yes, President Extra, members of the governing board, this is our second in an all-spring running of presentations of department desegregation funded department prospective budgets for the upcoming school year. As noted in the language, every single department funded by desegregation will have the opportunity to speak and present publicly to the board. All of the budget proposals have been posted publicly for public review immediately following this meeting. All of the budget proposals that you see from the three departments tonight will be open for public comment. And then as always, just want to remind the public, the governing board is not voting on anything tonight and doesn't vote on the desegregation budget until late June. So we want to create plenty of opportunities for additional follow-up presentations if requested by the board, and plenty of time for the public to review the proposed budget materials. With that, I'd like to welcome a longtime director of the Mexican American Student Services Department, Maria Federico Brummer, will be kicking us off tonight as we look at Mexican American Student Services, African American Student Services, and of course, alternative education. Maria.
Thank you. Good evening, late evening now. Governing Board President Ekstrom, Clerk Dr. Shaw, and our governing board members, Ms. Luna Rose, Mr. Romero, and Ms. Shaw. Thank you to our governing board staff who get everything going for us, Dr. Trujillo, and of course our legal counsel, Mr. Ross. Appreciate you all. Appreciate all of the folks who came out and have continued to be here to support African American Student Services and Mexican American Student Services in the way that they have. So thank you. I'll go ahead and get started. This is a process, of course, an initial presentation. We're happy to come as I'll be introducing my staff in a little bit again, and to join the governing board and to let you know exactly what we do, how we do, and how we assess what we do too, and in regards to any aspects of our budget. This is our mission. It's very clearly written by our staff. It was a collective. We're committed to focusing on the improvement of academic achievement and educational outcomes of Mexican American, Latinx students, inclusive of those that are identified as English language learners, which we usually say multilingual, emergent multilingual students, through a comprehensive asset-based approach to student services integrated with culturally responsive practices for growth and advocacy. We come from an asset-based approach. research based on top of that. The work that we do is very different than a lot of student services models around the country, and it's in response to the deficit model that perpetuates throughout public education. Our department goals, we do have 7 of them. Each of them can be tied to one another, and I'm going to just quickly, embedded within each of the goals, the first one, improving academic achievement, of course, it'll give you a little bit of input on what the work of our department is in relation to each. So for the first one, the academic achievement, we have certified academic tutors at the K-12 level. We have 3 of them. And already this school year, they've been able to service about 120 students. On top of that, we partnered with the University of Arizona's different partnerships, including Project SOAR and the math department's retention and recruitment center, in order to serve another 175 students already this school year. That's just a portion of what we do for academic achievement. Of course, you all have been welcome to and have participated in our student recognition program, where we invite approximately, depends on the year, we're hoping to always have more, about 1,400 8th graders and 12th graders who have maintained a 3.25 GPA or higher. And so that's a huge investment from our department. Our second goal is focused on a systemic approach that incorporates asset-based and culturally responsive strategies in supporting behavioral and social well-being. This has been, I think, our staff in this area have been stellar in creating programs, mentoring, empowerment groups throughout the course of the past, they've been doing it a while, but the data that we're looking at is the past 3 years especially. This year, we've already had about 36 Tier 3 referrals in relation to behavior and social emotional support, and they've all been able to provide services very quickly and efficiently to the students. Other forms of engagement include mentoring groups, empowerment groups, and workshops throughout the course of the year for our students. At this point, they've already had 500 engagements in that way. In response and to the fear and anxiety that has overcome our immigrant, our migrant families and our students, our department was quick in January to come up with a comprehensive resource list using our community partners, resources, utilizing what we have internally as well. And we worked with community partners, our legal team, Mr. Ross and especially, and we compiled the list that we distributed directly for our immigrant families and the staff members that support them. We were able to distribute these resources to 69 sites, along with the Know Your Right cards, right after we came back in January through the break. The third goal is in relation to our increasing our graduation rate for Mexican American, Latinx students, but not just that. That's the low-hanging fruit, right? It's so that they're prepared for the next level, for whether it's higher education or getting into the workforce in their specific career, targeted career. So for us, one of the highlights from our department has been a collaboration with both our ALE, our Advanced Learning Experiences, and our Culturally Responsive Pedagogy and Instruction Department in, the past 3 years, in serving 275 students to earn dual credit, not just in a typical dual credit course, but a Mexican American Studies dual credit course. We have revived that it's been decades since we've had this course running in our school district. It's the MAS 165 from FEMA College, and we, and I say we, myself, I have taught 2 classes this school year, and we have been very, very fortunate to have the expertise of our staff. I have Dr. Araceli Rivera Cohen, Dr. Erika Nassim, Mario Aguilar Rosto, and that's it, right? Okay, that's the crew right now that is teaching, going above and beyond their role in order to be instructors and getting the students this dual enrollment credit. Another initiative that has focused on bringing our students into the workforce, prepared and college-going career, and helping to grow our own has been our Each One Teach One program. And so that one we initiated in 2019 was the first year. And I'm happy to say that we are going to have our very first graduate, someone who went through the program as a junior, went through the college, went to the University of Arizona, the College of Ed, and will be graduating this year. Our goal 4 is advancing Mexican American Latinx parents to get their input, to have active participation, and to be a part of our decision-making process. Since 2018, we have had our Mexican American Parent Advisory Council running. Dr. Trujillo has made it a priority to put on his schedule, and some of you too have also made it a priority to visit our Mexican American Parent Advisory Council. This is the space where parents from all over the district, and I will say it's predominantly Spanish, leaders come together, and they want to know what we do in our district, how we're impacting our students, and what changes need to be made. They'll be advising on that every year. And we meet, I'll get you more information on, but we meet every month with our Parent Advisory Council. The, our expansion of our community services, I just want to highlight, this image here is from Adelante Parent and Youth Leadership Conference. We cannot do the work that we do with our current budget without the leveraging of other funds from other institutions. So I'm going to highlight the University of Arizona partners just for this conference. You can see we have the Office of Early Academic Outreach that works with us every year to get this going. We had Project Outreach Familia, who has been able to utilize their funds from their HSI grant and STEM grant in order to provide food for our families, as well as keynote speakers and workshops. And the Mexican American Studies Department invests heavily with us. It's a bridge that we foster throughout the course of our relationship as 2 kind of dual departments, and the Guerrero Student Resource Center. It's a home for a lot of our students who enter the University of Arizona. They know that this is the space for them to get resources, whether it's food, it can be clothing, it can be gift cards, it can be counseling. So they know immediately that that's there for them. And so we've been able to partner and specifically for this annual event. Our number 6 has to do with our professional development. And so just this year, we've been able to have a little over 500 participants attend our professional developments. We offered 5 offerings so far this school year. One of them being the supporting migrant families and the Know Your Rights. And I will say that certified and classified staff quickly registered for the class and took it. We had over 300 participants for that. And it's just, again, being responsive to the needs of our students, to our families, and to bring them into safe spaces. The last goal is exactly why I'm here. We're looking at the framework to increase allocation for our department. So a quick overview, got the visual there. We are a Hispanic serving institution. We have been for several years, and this department is charged with providing the most comprehensive supports, enrichments for our students K-12. And so you can see sort of the ratio with our full-time staff. This would include myself, our admin assistant, our program coordinator, our behavioral specialist, on top of our program specialist. It would be over 2,000 to 1 if we were to make contact with every single one of those students. The history of the department stems from a call from our community. We, as we entered into our unitary status plan at that time, we had our bilingual education department kind of covering what would be like Hispanic studies. It wasn't enough for our community. So they demanded a separate unit. And by 1998, the governing board established, again, it was labeled Hispanic Studies, but this department. Then, through the dismantling due to ARS 15-1-12, our department as Mexican American Studies was, brought into two. We had in 2012, we had Mexican American Student Services developed, but we also had our counterpart, Culturally Responsive Pedagogy and Instruction, take on the role for curriculum development and instruction for Mexican American viewpoints. So we, out of the dismantling, we became two. With that, the model for our services was direct services that showed the same patterns of deficit model approaches. Through a collaboration, a kind of a groundbreaking collaboration with our stakeholders, it would have been Ms. Sylvia Campoy, who was our Mendoza plaintiff, our court-appointed implementation committee member, Dr. Rebecca Montaño, and then Senior Director of Desegregation, Martha Taylor, and myself. We collaborated in order to reimagine what Mexican American Student Services would look like if it were from an asset-based approach. And we were able to establish the foundation for the work that we're doing now. And we get into 2021 with our operating plan that has included the reorganization, which has included all of the goals that I just presented as well. So as governing board, you're here as an unprecedented time. It was clear that our staffing still is disproportionate to the charge that we have as representing our district for Mexican American and Latinx students. Our program specialists are here, all but one. I have our academic empowerment and engagement specialists. So each of them have a targeted area. We have Monica Madrid. We have Marbella Rodriguez. You want to stop? Go ahead and stand real quick. Our socio-emotional and behavioral support is Cynthia Cavasola. College and career readiness is charged by Abril Rocha Teran. Our advanced learning experience is recruitment and retention is Dr. Araceli Rivera Cohen. Our culturally relevant curriculum collaboration and support, she had to leave, but Dr. Erika Nassim. I also miss Angelica Munoz is our community outreach. She wasn't able to make that as well. And then last for our program specialist is our parent outreach and engagement, Jessica Quinn. We wouldn't be the department that we are without one of our longtime employees, Monique Landrum. She's remained our behavioral specialist since the inception of the department in 2012. As well as our administrative assistant, she came a little bit after that, is Marisela Dominguez. And a lot of you know our program coordinator, Jennifer Contreras. And not all of our college mentors are here, but we do have Martín Pacheco representing our college mentors tonight. The certified academic tutors are 3 outstanding educators, Lydia Aguirre, Elizabeth Gomez, and Miriam Lujan, that go and they do independently of us. Oftentimes, they go do tutoring online with our students. So considerations for today. This is our current the fiscal year budget. We're at 939 and some. Okay. Again, as all other departments, 93% of that is on non-payroll. Is on payroll and benefits. Apologies, and our non-payroll is fairly small. The proposed 10% reduction would look something like this. However, after review and looking at reallocations, where the past 3 years analyzing, did we necessarily use this funding the way that we had intended? There's some mileage and travel kind of things that we thought, this could be reallocated to compensate for the benefits and the payroll increases. And so that would leave us at the 979. Okay. So determining those allocations, we look to our stakeholders. We have a Mexican American Student Advisory Council, Mexican American Parent Advisory Council, Mexican American Community Advisory Council, and an expert panel on top of that. Our department staff, of course, were very much a part of this process, as well as district collaborators. So we collaborate with several other departments, and so we did reach out to them and how different allocations would be impacting their work on top of that. And our community partners. They have guided us in so many different directions that have definitely benefited our parents and our students. And district leadership, of course. The reallocation of funds ended up about over $30,000. We looked at our non-payroll expenditures and looking at taking $5,800 from our expert panel. We feel that might be a little bit outdated now, that we've been functioning very well utilizing our community advisory, our parent advisory, and our student advisory. Out of district trainings, if we are in a deficit, we did scrutinize that. And mileage and travel, we've noticed that our staff have been able to decrease their mileage across the district by having video conferencing instead. In terms of payroll, at this point, we are anticipating, we do not have any openings that we would like to eliminate, but we are anticipating 2 supplemental positions, 2 hourly college mentor positions at the end of the school year, as those are 2 student teachers who will be graduating. The offset of the salaries and benefits would look like this, over $67,000. And that's really been our goal, is to figure out how we can best maneuver our funding in order to compensate for that. Impacts. So the impact, of course, would be instead of 10 college mentors, we would have 8. Instead of 20 sites, we would only be at 16. Instead of having the same number of mentoring groups, at least 1 per each, we would have fewer. And the outreach events, our college mentors are amazing at going out into the community and going out to several school sites in order to provide outreach and talk about the benefits of Mexican American Student Services, whether it's out in libraries they've been at and parks. Our Ward 1 partner has constantly been reaching out to have us be a part of their events. So we would have to figure out how to best cover that. We did look at starting our K-12 tutoring a little bit later in order to compensate and have a little bit more funding. And our advisory councils are very, very versed and very much advocating for our students and their families, and could be utilized in this capacity to review and progress monitor us. The trainings, again, we have very limited trainings outside of district. The vast majority of conferences or trainings that we do, we are presenting. The word has gotten out that Mexican American Student Services is doing the work that they are, and we've been asked to present at different conferences and in different venues. The expert panel shift would be, again, empowering our advisory councils and being a part of that decision-making process, which is one of our goals. The decrease would be about $3,000. Postponing these two vacant positions, again, postponing, we're anticipating that as soon as we can, we're going to have those two college mentor positions back. And of course, just making those adjustments, like looking and reviewing, we did scrutinize our budget to ensure that we're utilizing every penny and we're utilizing it the way that we should have. We did have to do some budget adjustments last school year. So this is where these numbers come from. In terms of having our college mentors, it has been a part of our reorganization plan. It has been a part of our operating plan to have the 10 total supplemental positions. And so these are the ways in which we assign some of our college mentors. It could be discipline reports, it could be high risk, but it could also be looking at classroom teacher preparedness. So teachers who may need additional support, we're going to go and help them by providing a college mentor in their classroom. We also have looked at the number of culturally relevant curriculum courses, because that's initially how we have assigned our college mentors. And again, working with culturally responsive pedagogy and instruction, we identify classrooms that we best fit for a college mentor, and also their skill sets and their backgrounds too. Other factors, of course, leadership recommendations. Oftentimes we are finding spaces where mentoring would be the best option. And so we'll bring in one of our college mentors for that. And of course, following asset-based approaches. So there may be initiative at a site that would be most beneficial having one of our college mentors be there with their specific skill set. That image there, I just want to share, that's one of our Each One Teach One graduates. He was a student at Tucson High. He's now on to the university. He was mentored by one of our college mentors while he was facilitating his instruction at Monzo. And we're just happy that that same mentor, she's coming out of student teaching this year, Cindy Lopez, and she was one of our H1 Teach One graduates, and I was hoping she would come. She was going to come today, but she didn't make it to be recognized in that way. So with that, I have time for any questions, and again, our team's here and happy to be able to come back should you need any more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Governing board members, any questions? I just have one question. How would the closures at the University of Arizona, the Mexican American Studies, affect your program?
So at this point, Mexican American Studies is a department.
Well, the Student Services Department.
Mm-hmm. So the Guerrero Student Zone, that will debilitate a bridge entirely. We are, whether it's our dual enrollment, our college tours, that is based, our events related to our College Academy for parents, that's our base. A lot of our college mentors, we recruit directly through them, through Mexican American Studies, through the Ghetto Center, through the College of Ed, and then the College of Humanities. Those have been the main places on campus where we've been able to recruit the best qualified college mentors. We have a very, I think, intimate relationship with the director there. She came from our rank. She was formerly our program coordinator for our department. And she's very, very committed to the K-12 program and creating that bridge. And so it would debilitate us entirely.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Dr. Shaw.
Hey, thank you, President Ekstrom, and thank you, Maria, for this presentation tonight. I really appreciated the opportunity last school year to connect with you and meet a lot of your staff at your offices at Catalina High School. My question in your presentation, so a majority of our students are identify as Mexican American and Latino, and so how does your department decide where services are happening from the Department of Mexican American Student Services or at the school itself? Because they're at schools that have a lot of these services also. So for example, on your slide, you talk about all the different positions and you have a social emotional behavior support, like whether a student receives support and services from that individual or from the counselor at their school, or whether a parent gets services from the parent outreach and empowerment individual in your department or for the community liaison in the school. So how does everyone decide where the services are happening and from the department or the school level?
So a wonderful example is Cynthia being at Pueblo High School. Due to the patterns that we've noticed on campus there in terms of whether it's substance misuse, that really was the driver for us to have her spend three of the days out of the week there. Working with MTSS, working with the site leadership team, and then also social workers. They make that decision as a site, as a team. They bring in Native American Student Services staff as well, and African American Student Services staff on campus, and they will come up with the list of students and who would be the best fit too. We have to be collaborative. Like I as a director can't be there to see exactly what's happening at each of the sites all the time. So it has to be empowering the site to utilize our resources as best as possible and bringing in other resources too. Cynthia is able to bring in other community experts. She comes from a background from Kodak. And so we're able to capitalize on that as well.
Yes, Mr. Romero.
So just kind of if you can answer this question, best your ability, how much time during the school day is directly dealing with the students, tracking data, and focusing on student performance within your department?
So we are not student success specialists. We are program specialists. So in terms of tracking data, it depends on the program specialist in their targeted area. Majority of our staff spend one day just doing their documentation, and then the rest it could be with our parent advisory. It could be getting our student advisory agenda together. It could be doing, this month we're doing Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta presentations. So it's just dependent on the staff member and their targeted area. I don't have a cookie cutter model for our staff at all, based on what the needs are for the project that they're working on. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
Hi, Maria. Nice to see you. Thank you for your presentation. As a parent of a Latina student, obviously I utilize a lot of what your department is, so I'm grateful and she just went on the tour for NAU, so thank you to the staff for, she decided she didn't like NAU, but thank you for that. So I think she's going to the U of A. Yay. Okay, anyway. So I bring that up to ask how many students a day, I mean, we've got, obviously, we're a minority majority district. How many students is your team coming in contact with every day?
Daily.
Yeah.
Again, it depends. So like this, I will say, at Mesa de Cultura, we were able to get into classrooms. We counted about, I think, 2,100 students there. So that's Mesa de Cultura. So that's our Heritage Month. The same kind of goes for Chavez Month as well. We do not have the same model as our counterparts. So it will depend. So Abril, for example, like she had a bus load of 45 students. So that was her contact for that day. Cynthia, for socio-emotional support, she may have her Diva Warrior group going on. So that's her 20 kids for that day. It'll vary. We do not have a set criteria with the number of contacts. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I think that's it.
That's it. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Dr. Strozier with African American Student Services.
Good evening, President Ekstrom, board members, Dr. Trujillo, legal counsel. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. But before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to recognize my incredible staff, who I know that I push a lot. And so I'd like for my staff to stand, please. Thank you so much. You may be seated. I also want to recognize some of the members of our African and African American Student Advisory Council who are here tonight. Would you guys please stand? Thank you. And I just also want to acknowledge we had some of our community advisory board members here, parents and community members. And so I just want to acknowledge them for staying and being a part of this. So I'll go ahead and get started with my presentation. I want to just begin with some background information that I think gives context to this presentation. I'm very new to this position. Last year was my first year being in this position. Also, we've made some significant and substantial changes in how the department itself operates. I think it's also important to note that last year we began in a deficit. Our budget was reduced by $50,000, and we also experienced our budget being frozen in February, which caused us to have a little bit of a deficit, but I still believe that we accomplished a lot. Also, last year was the very first time that African American Student Services was actually fully staffed according to the operating plan that we were under. And I want to make sure that we stress that we provide daily direct student services, and also that 94% of our budget, as many of the other student services, is used on personnel. I want to draw your attention to this symbol here. So as I go throughout my presentation, every time you see this sun, it just gives you the note that these are new and expanded services that we have put into place beginning last year. One of the things that really is crucial to this presentation is to really be clear that the desegregation case may be closed, but the needs of the African American students remain. And I'm going to share some of that data with you. Prior to the 23-24 school year, approximately 30 schools were serviced, which is where they had individual staff members that stayed maybe 1 or 2 days at those sites. But the approach that we took beginning last year is that now we support all 4,000 students, and that number is rising, and we service all TUSD sites. African American Student Services is providing exceptional daily support, and that's done through our program specialists who are here tonight, our success coaches who serve 8 to 10 schools each in the areas of attendance, academics, behavior, advocacy, and of course, graduation. We have 4 RTIs, or response to interventionists, who serve 6 to 7 schools, which is more than most RTI service, which is a total of over 200 students, and that's in math and reading. Which is not done by, like I said, most itinerant teachers. We have 5 mentors that are working 10 hours a week that are servicing 2 to 3 schools. We have 2 behavior specialists that advocate at the long-term hearings. They provide Tier 3 behavior support through our referral system. They offer small groups. They are really doing an awesome job at our suspension transition program that we implemented at Doolin, which is a partnership between DAPE, and that was also a presentation that was presented to the alternative board recently. And each member of our team, because we do believe strongly in data, submits a quarterly impact report. This just tells you that we have a total of 18 full-time, including myself, 5 part-time, which is only 10 hours, and then we have 5 tutors. We also service the district in terms of the professional development that we provide. We have a No Slur campaign, which was developed by our program coordinator, Ms. Charmaine Fort. You see it over here. Our behavior specialists provide de-escalation training to schools, which is a 2-part series that they provide. And I also want to mention with that No Slur campaign, we provide professional development to the teachers, but we also go back and do an assembly and a rally for the students as well. And then we've also provided culturally relevant reading strategies as a professional development. When I came into this position, I knew that there was definitely a need to develop a quick and reliable source of data for our team to use. They actually can use it on an app, the Power BI app, and it gives them readily available data. And as you can see from this slide, we have demographic data, we have MTSS, assessment, discipline, any type of data that our team needs to drive what they do whenever they go to a campus is available on this dashboard that I had built by the Assessment and Evaluation Department, which is a new feature for us. Now, before when I mentioned that our work is not done, let me show you why. Before you right now is our current 24-25 DIBELS data. And now, as you can see that with our K-3 African American students, 64% are not on grade level. So we've got some real issues that we need to address. And what we're doing as a department is we have implemented a Royal Readers program at 9 elementary schools, which is where my team will work with students, sitting with them twice a week, kindergarten and first graders, 30 minutes using iReady. And so since September, they have provided 9 hours per week, and that data is made readily available to teachers. We also provide a Royal Reader PBIS program that motivates, encourages students, and celebrates their growth as they use iReady and work with our team. And then one of the other things that we wanted to do was to empower our parents. We provide a Royal Reader Literacy Night to support the students and parents, and we also give our Royal Readers literature so that we can help them build their own home library. Now, if we turn to the proficiency rate for our 3rd through 8th grade African American, you can see the comparison of the data that compared to white students, the African American students are doing twice as bad. And so we really still have a lot of work to do, and let me show you what we are doing about that. As a result of that data, we have implemented our math and reading interventions through our RTIs, where we're serving over 200 students at 23 schools, and more than 90% of the students that work with our RTIs are showing growth, which is incredible. And in addition to our RTIs, we provide before and after school tutoring. I also want to add that along with not just our African American students, we are also servicing ELL students and refugee students as a part of our RTI program. We've also created a summer internship for high school students to work with and mentor low-performing African-American students, and we did that last summer in 6 different schools. If we turn to our high school students and look at how they're performing, the African-American students have the 2nd lowest graduation rate for the last 4 years consecutively. If you look at how they're performing in math and ELA, again, you can see that white students are outperforming the African Americans by twice as much in both math and ELA. In response to this data, we have our program specialists and success coaches that work with students daily on attendance and graduation case management, which I'll talk about in a moment. They also work through the MTSS process and also address discipline. So each year we use data to develop a graduation target list to focus on credit deficient seniors. We closely monitor those students and support them to do everything possible to help them graduate. And I'm really proud to say that every one of our team members that had this case management list with seniors who were struggling with their credit, 100% of them graduated. On this slide, I'd like to share just some of the things that we're doing in our department. Our team participates in the MTSS meetings at least twice a month whenever there's an African American student on the agenda. They are participating in the behavior management team meetings, the discipline meetings that are happening at 13 targeted sites. We provide, again, our Well Reader program. We attend long-term hearing suspensions. We have a middle school STEM program with community partners. We also have a partnership with the University of Arizona, as was mentioned before in a call to the audience, where we have various family, college, and career events. We have a quarterly newsletter where our readership is between 3,000 to 4,000 every time it is sent out. Our RTIs, again, are working with ELLs and refugees. That's just an example of how we partner with other departments. And we really push our team because they each have between 8 to 10 schools that they're responsible for, and they drive a lot. And then again, our graduation support for seniors. We have our African and African American Student Advisory Council. We have 3 coding clubs. We have a brand new African American hub that came from parent request. We have our Black and Brown Girl Wellness Day, which is coming up, and we're actually going to have Judge Maria Elena Cruz, who's going to be one of our keynote speakers. We have our summer internships and mentoring, and then we also have a summer coding camp scheduled for this summer that will include coding, financial literacy, digital storytelling, and how to create holograms. As I mentioned before, everything that we do has direct student impact, and I want to share with you just some of the things that has not been achieved in the past, but that is now available. In the second quarter, we had well over 4,000 student contacts just in the second quarter alone. Our team attended 195 MTSS meetings. Again, we have our Royal Readers. More than 200 students are being served through our RTIs. We had a 30% reduction in the decrease in the discipline. And then again, we're very proud to be working in 23 different schools in terms of math and reading interventions. We have collaborated with multiple departments in order to reach our goal of setting our students up for success. With the multi-tier systems of support department, we collaborate with them to provide training. When I first started, I was disaggregating the data, and I found that 1,311 African American students did not have MTSS plans, and they needed them. So to address that gap, I worked with the MTSS department. I also went to the regional superintendents and shared with them the criteria that I was using to determine what needs the students have. And as a result of that criteria that I provided, then the district used that to determine and to create the universal MTSS criteria that is now used across the entire district. We also provide advocacy and support as we attend MTSS meetings on a regular basis. And we also collaborate with various sites to create the MTSS plans for all of the RTI work that we do. I'm really proud of the work that our team has done in collaboration with student relations in the area of discipline, because that is an area where we've seen a lot of disproportionality. We've consistently collaborated with them. Again, our team attends long-term suspension hearings. We provide advocacy and support, attending those behavior or BMT meetings at specific sites, and we identify those sites based on the risk ratios. We are represented every month in the monthly Dean and ISI meetings, and we provide support based on the weekly suspension reports that we receive from student relations, and that includes the high-risk list. Now, as a result of the work that African American Student Services has done with student relations, this school year, the risk ratios for incidents for African American students has been the lowest it has consistently been in the past 3 years. And this year, we have seen even periods where there was no risk ratio for discipline incidents for African American students for the first time in 3 years. These positive results are due to African American Student Services providing direct support to students and participating in site behavior management meetings, which can happen either twice a month or some actually happen weekly. Now, as we have worked with our Advanced Learning Experiences, or ALE, we are working with them and strategizing to increase the participation of African American students in ALE opportunities. They provided trainings for our staff to continue to build our capacity. I'm very proud to say that this summer we're going to offer the very first AP African American Studies boot camp where students will earn credit. And because we believe so much in this course, we're going to be providing support to high schools that are offering the new AP African American Studies class. We're going to be helping them with supplies, providing speakers, and also sponsoring field trips for them to enhance the learning of those students. I do want it to be noted that we do recognize the request for the 10% cut, but we did take the time to examine our budget. And in light of the needs that I just shared with you, I want to stress again that all of our funds go directly to students, even the non-payroll items. If you check with finance and see how many budget mods, you'll see that everything that I do is modified and changed so that it goes directly to students. If the reduction was made, if the board decided to do that, I will share with you what that might look like. It might look like 1 to 2 staff members being eliminated, which would result in 500 to 800 African American students not having support or advocacy. It could look like 5 tutors and 5 mentors being eliminated, and the services that they provide would go with them. If you eliminated all the supplies and the non-personnel cost of that dollar amount, it would eliminate all of our college planning event, our Heritage Day, our 7th grade STEM, our Black and Brown Girl Wellness, our Brain Bowl, our Black History Makers Breakfast, our Advisory Council, our summer high school interns, where they earn $1,500 in that time period. It would also eliminate our summer academic support, where those students have actually garnered 120 hours of mentoring and tutoring for those African American students. So as you can see, any reduction that you make would directly impact students. Also, the budget reduction would impact the collaboration and the relationship and the growth and the progress that has been made with the various departments that are listed on this slide. In terms of working with DAPE, that would limit the suspension transition program that we have implemented. It would impact the presence of African American student services at the MTSS meetings, and that would create a risk of returning the MTSS gap. In our work with ALE, any budget reductions would eliminate the support for the new course and for the new AP bootcamp. Student relations, any budget cuts that you would make would reverse our discipline gains. And in terms of academic achievement, that would be a loss of our Royal Readers program. Critical math and ELA interventions would be lost. It would impact our graduation case management. And remember, this includes our work that we do with ELLs and refugees, and it would also eliminate our summer academic support and mentoring. Overall, cutting the African American Student Services budget would directly impact African American students who, you can see by the data, still have tremendous needs. Our team is already stretched very thin, and so any reductions would further stretch them, because to us, we think it is important to have someone in every single school, because every single Black student matters. And so instead of cutting back, we believe that our budget should be strengthened and to reflect the investment that the district has made in terms of closing the opportunity gap. This is not just a financial decision, it's the right thing to do for our students. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Governing board members, questions for Dr. Strozier? Mr. Romero?
Thank you. So in regards to, you're giving us the overall impact if we, have these budget reductions. All these are aimed at students. But I know within your budget, you guys have state travel, outside consultants. If you cut back in those types of areas, you could save some money and the students wouldn't be affected as far as this goes.
Can I add something to that?
Yes, please.
So the state travel is actually money that we use to take students to events such as the Diversity in Dentistry. Just last month, we took them to Phoenix to attend the annual Youth Legislative Day. So everything that we do is actually for the students. It isn't our travel. It's for students to travel for college and career readiness, for cultural awareness, for academic achievement, and to prepare them for success.
Okay. Also, you had mentioned on page 14, credit deficient seniors. So what are you doing for the others, the freshmen, the sophomores, and the juniors that are not on track to pass and waiting for them to be seniors?
So we continue to use our dashboard as well as synergy data, and that drives what they do every single day. So they pull that data to see who they need to talk to, who's struggling in their attendance, in their grades, and they work with them just as well. We just create something specific for seniors because we really want them to graduate on time.
Okay, and I know, right now we're in a position where we need to cut costs wherever we can, and we need every department to do that. We can't have special treatment for certain groups. Every department needs to participate in any way that they can in a fashion that it does not affect direct student services. So what I've come to notice when we have some of these presentations, we hear what the department wants to hear, or some of the call to the audience. I reached out to actually a bunch of principals, assistant principals, other staff at some of these schools, and it sounds great on this end over here, and I told these people I would keep their comments anonymous, just so that they could feel free to let me know. And these are some of the comments that I got, just so you can see where some of the other schools feel about your departments. This goes for Mexican American as well as African American. These folks are not on site enough to make a difference. There are times when these departments create issues rather than help to create solutions to issues. I'm just reading the feedback I'm getting from areas. I would say without hesitation, the role is not academically driven. They check in, share information with students about special opportunities like field trips, communicate with students, families about end-of-year celebrations at U of A, and that seems to be their major focus. The student services didn't recruit students for the field trip, but instead gave the task to a teacher who teaches full-time, requiring the teacher to put together the travel packet, coordinate transportation, recruit students who wanted to go, find chaperones, and gather permission slips. On the top of this, the teacher's regular duty of teaching full-time with no extra pay to do all of this. The site recognizes our students in site-based honorary assemblies, so we aren't quite sure why they spend the extra time and money on separate celebration ceremonies for these students to be recognized a second time. We have never seen data from these departments that demonstrate which students they're working with, or if their work has a positive impact on improvements related to student academics, test scores, college entrance, or career placement. Attendance rates or reductions in discipline incidents. I don't believe they have it or even attempt to collect it. Outside of the end-of-year recognition ceremonies, a few check-ins, and a couple of field trips, I see no impact on student success. These departments have no impact on the daily operations of the school. It really depends on the person and the role, but if the positions went away, it would not impact the site at all. I also got some text messages. Outside the end-of-year recognition ceremonies, a few check-ins. Oh, sorry, that was a repeat. They are not conducting any guide and instruction. They're just there while kiddos are in iReady, but we already have that in class. They don't do anything in my school to improve student achievement or support students to a degree that warrants their position. I think schools can use Title I if they find them valuable. From a principal that has over 70% Hispanic students, Mexican Americans Services hasn't done anything for our school or supported us in the last 5 years. Before that, they had a person that was assigned here on Fridays to tutor kiddos. That person worked in the high schools early in the week. Almost every Friday, she would tell me her hours were already at 40, so she could not be at our school. African American Studies department, I get a person who is nice, who comes once a week for an hour. He checks on African American students that have behavior problems, 5 to 6. It's nice, but not really needed, as there is so much lost time when he only comes for 1 hour. One of the students he helped get into an outside program award ceremony at the end of the year. For me, African American has been instrumental in our social, emotional, and response to intervention with specific students based on needs. So there is good. Mm-hmm. We have numerous dedicated staff. Be consistent and focused. Dr. Strozier has come to the site and conducted numerous meetings. She worked collaboratively at my site to work directly with families. My population of Black students is getting significantly bigger. The support offered to me is exactly what they need: one-on-one academic and behavioral support. And the classroom support with teachers and staff coordination, attends our behavior meetings, and integrates with our community. I have a great relationship with this group. Mexican American Student Services. I have had very difficult relations with this department. They seem to be more interested in catching me in the site doing something wrong. I never see them unless it's a parent complaint, nothing structured or consistent. The last time I got involved with a parent complaint, promises were made to send someone for behavior support, never heard from them since. Last year I did have a dedicated person for a short time. This year, nothing. It's dependent on the site. I know there are schools who get a great deal of support. I'm not sure how to dedicate MA tutor, but I have had my staff go to other schools and get paid weekly to tutor. Somehow, no one does it on my campus. My site is predominantly Hispanic, but I get little help. I get more advocacy, not academic, and consistent, social emotional. Option, there's little standardization to how the programs operate. I think the staff are very dedicated in both programs. These departments serve a purpose if they're used direct student interactions or RTI. The entire department is a relic. It's inconsistent in the delivery. I love my African American student services staff, but maybe they need to be more present. So these are comments that I had them come on out that I told them I would not mention who they came from. So just based on this, I just wanted you to see how some of the other admin at the local sites sees about these departments, and for them to not create any type of budget cuts. And I see what you're saying here, but I'm not seeing it on the other end over here. So I just wanted to make sure that I read you those so you can see what else is going out in the other departments.
Can I respond?
Yes.
So one of the things that we actually do, we implemented this year, is that my team meets with the school every single quarter, and they review with them everything that they've done. And so I'm not sure, with all due respect, I don't think a lot of what you read actually applies, because I think that we are very data-driven, and I think from my presentation, you can see that we are having an impact. We cannot be everywhere at the same time. But the way that this team works, I think, is highly effective. We are data-driven, and we are having an impact. And I invite anyone who wants to see our data. We have a very open door policy that you can see what we're doing. We're very proud of the work that we're doing, and we know that we're making a difference. And so this is why I actually implemented, because I listened to principals and I listened to the feedback, and I never wanted there to be a misunderstanding of what we do. I require them to post their schedules. They have to email me and Ms. Fort that we can see their Outlook calendar where they are every single time. So we account for their time, we account for what they do, and we are data driven. Every single quarter they have to submit reports that we disaggregate, and whenever there is anything that is brought up by a principal, we are on it. So I feel very strongly that we are more than doing the job. We are more than giving our kids what they need, but we actually need more, not a reduction. Everything that we do is because we believe in our Black students and we want them to be successful. Anybody that wants to have a conversation with me about what we do, my door is open.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Your RTI people, are they in schools where they don't have RTIs already implemented?
Well, it's a little bit different this year because of the mandate with the RTIs, but our RTIs are working in, some schools have them and some schools don't. But what we do is actually go to any students that is well below and well below, that's who we actually target.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to ask you the same question.
Sure.
With the closure of African American student services at the university, how will that affect you?
So it's going to impact some of our summer programs, but we're already trying to strategize and see what we can do. But we're going to do our best to continue to offer it, because our students had a really incredible time. It was really impactful for them to be able to stay on the campus, meet Black professors, and get that real college experience.
Yeah, I have to agree. Just growing up in South Tucson, I had the privilege of being able to go to the university whenever I wanted, but those that grew up with me didn't have that access, and so that's just really so important. So I thank both of you for doing that for our kids. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Questions? Yes.
Hi, Dr. Starzer.
Hi.
Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
So I'm looking at the slide here, and thank you for asking the RTI question, Ms. Ekstrom. How many students, and again, I just kind of want to know on a daily basis, how many students are you reaching? Like right here, in addition to RTIs, we provide before and after school tutoring. So how many students are we seeing there?
Well, it depends on the site. It can be anywhere from 10 to 15 students that they are encountering in that week.
Okay. And then I'm wondering if, and I guess the same for Mexican American Student Services as well. How much, I don't think you had mentioned, Ms. Brummer, about RTIs, but could we see some data on like how, and because I would like to see the 90% targeted growth, like where did they start and where are they now?
Right, and we actually require our RTIs to do baseline in the beginning of the quarter, and then they progress monitor, and then they do an assessment at the end. That's how I got that 95% growth. 90 or 95% growth is because we have our RTIs meet with our program coordinator, and they sit down and they disaggregate it, so they have to track the data for that. And I'm happy to share that. I can erase the student names, but I'm happy to share that with the board.
Or, I mean, even in just, I mean, you don't have to go that far, but maybe just a graph of some kind, you know, just where they started and where they are today. And I think that might be powerful for the community to see. Okay.
Absolutely, I have it.
Thank you. And if, sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot, Ms. Brummer.
Go ahead.
We do not have RTIs.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, that answers my question there. Thank you.
Yes, Michelle.
Thank you for your presentation, and same to you for your presentation. You know, you guys are doing good work, and I hope that we can find a way to allocate more funding to your departments. I think, you know, a great thing, because there is kind of an issue with RTIs and like their scope of work and what they are actually doing. I think it would be fabulous if we could put those RTI positions under both of your departments so that you could have even more student services, and that, you know, I love the fact that you're targeting minimally proficient students. I think at this point we're working on those students who are like in between partially and proficient instead of the ones who need it most. So thank you for targeting that population. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Dr. Trio.
Just a point of clarification. The desegregation approved academic intervention initiative, it actually touches all levels from minimal proficiency to partial proficiency. What it does is it takes students within those levels that are the closest to getting to the next level. So it's going to take minimally proficient students that are just a little bit away from partially proficient, and partially proficient students that are just a little bit away from proficiency. And then it backfills with students from across the minimal proficiency and partial proficiency spectrum to round out the class size.
Okay, next is alternative education. Dr. Nunez.
Good evening, President Extra, members of the board, Dr. Trujillo, legal counsel. Thank you very much for hearing my presentation this evening. Well, actually, it's night. So I'm going to go ahead and start, and hopefully this will be a little quicker. It's a little bit more streamlined because it's more of a school-ish type of budget. So first, I wanted to provide a little bit of background just to say that DAPE was established in 2015-2016 as part of a multifaceted, comprehensive effort under the USP to reduce the number of days that students were excluded from the classroom. The program is voluntary, so what we do is we have an orientation with parents, and they choose whether to come to the program or not. DAPE operates on a 1-to-10 teacher ratio, and this background is important because this was actually what was stated in the court order. So since 2015-16, we've been operating under those regulations. As you remember, last month I came to you asking to approve an extended enrollment to lift the 45-day enrollment to a maximum of 180 days. So thank you very much. Our department goals are to support students in continuing their academics while serving their long-term suspensions, grow the program by supporting students for a longer period. That's where we talk about a little bit of the 180-day extension. promote student self-awareness through community resources and excursions. And that ties to what you said, President Ekstrom, about having that exposure, being at the U of A, being at other pieces. I feel that that made a difference in my educational journey, because I also had the ability to be exposed to those things, and this is one of the things that is very dear to my heart, and that's why we provide these excursions and community resources to students so that they can see a relevance from their education to what they want to do. We also promote student self-advocacy by providing real-world communication situations. And another goal is to reduce recidivism by providing a strong SEL program which supports students to identify factors that contribute to their poor decisions. My current budget allocation is $1,387,030. And we were asked to have a 10% reduction goal, and that is $138,703, which makes the 2026 target $1,248,327. So I do have some vacant positions currently in my budget, and I propose to look at these 2 vacant positions and reduce them by $126,000, which includes salary and benefits. The total reduction is $126,000, which is a 9% reduction, which gets us close to that 10% goal. This slide here gives us an idea of what we currently have in our DAPE classrooms. So we do have 4 sites. 2 middle school sites, which is at Doolin Middle School and Southwest Learning Center, and then 2 high school sites, which is at Menlo Park Elementary and Palo Verde High School. There is 1 teacher in each classroom, and the current roster as of last week was at Doolin we had 5 students, Southwest 2, Menlo 3, and Palo Verde 5. The number of students enrolled through this school year is 17 at Doolin and Southwest, and then 22 at Menlo and 20 at Palo Verde, for a total of 22 for Doolin, 19 for Southwest, 25 and 25 for Menlo and Palo Verde. Each of those sites have 1 teacher vacancy. And then I also have an ex-ed teacher. This teacher is itinerant, and they support all 4 sites. And then we also have a transition specialist teacher who also supports when we have more than 10 students in a classroom. And then also she does the community outreach and excursion components of the program. The effects of budget reductions and post-unitary status plan responsibilities is there will be no changes made to DAPE's overall structure. The integrity of the program will remain intact, and services to students will not be affected. We still plan on offering the same services that we currently offer. What I do foresee is there are some unknown consequences because of that 180-day expansion. We anticipate that the numbers will increase. But we're not really, we can't really tell what that's going to look like. I do want to go back to the former slide to talk about the teacher vacancies. These vacancies are due to attrition and hard to fill. So it's been a little hard to fill. There aren't a lot of people who want to work with suspended students. So it's a little tough to fill those positions. I do want to highlight the TUSD and community partnerships that we work with. I believe you've seen this slide before. What I've added to this slide, though, is our collaboration and commitment to working with our MTSS department, with our Family Resources department, our dropout prevention, our Mexican American Studies student services, and our African American student services. I want to highlight that Ms. Maria Federico Brummer and Dr. Strozier have collaborated with me. We've collaborated together to make sure that we support students. So how Mexican American Student Services support DAPE students is they go to each site and they have little group circles with them and teach them about decision-making, goal setting, and other things that affect students' learning. And the collaboration that we have with Dr. Strozier is the transition component that she spoke about earlier in her presentation. The collaboration and the commitment that we make with dropout prevention is about 90% of our high school students come to us credit deficient with 3 or more credits behind. Often it's as many as 10 credits behind, and so we work with dropout prevention to support students in those areas. Also, what we do with Goodwill and with Emerge is we created a pilot program, and I believe I mentioned this in my last presentation to you. We created we saw that there was a very weak transition for students returning to their school. So with my DAPE advisory council, we worked together with Goodwill and with Emerge to create a pilot program with our Palo Verde site. So our Palo Verde site receives services in terms of, because there's a Goodwill component that's close to Palo Verde. So we figured that having that close proximity would allow students to still access their resources. So what we started in these last few weeks is, as students are exiting DAPE, we've created a bridge between Goodwill, Emerge, DAPE, and then the home school. So we have a meeting before students leave our program to set up a plan. We include MTSS folks, administrators, counselors, to make sure that everybody who's there to support the student and they're ready to receive them. We talk about the strengths that the student has and also some of the weaknesses, and then we also have students identify a safe person back at their school. So before I open it up for questions, one of the things that I have established over the last 2 years is getting a pre and a post survey from students. It's important for me to know what's going on with the student when we receive them. How can we help them and personalize their support, and then also what did they learn at the end of their stay with us? How did we support them? Did we do a good job? And for me, it really is about what are we doing in our program to support students and getting them ready to be successful back at their home school. So here are some quotes that I shared with you. I could have shared a lot more, but I picked some of the more salient ones that I thought would really hit home. Our 8th grader says, "I learned that I have been closing myself off. DAPE helped me learn to express myself and deal with my emotions." So when we talk about academics, sometimes academics, they don't come until we fix their heart and we fix their mind. So, and I don't mean fix it like they're broken. It's just we put them together, we restore them is what I like to say. Another student said, "I've learned that I'm actually smart and I am now able to advocate for myself. I'm confident in my ability to complete work." And this next one really hit home for me. "I learned that when I make mistakes, I can always fix myself." And the last one, "I learned to think before I do something. I learned a new way to process stuff easier." And these are, of course, from 8th grade, 9th grade, and 10th graders. And I can share many more if you'd like. But what this tells me from their exit survey is that we're doing some good things in DAPE, and that we are restoring them as best we can. Hopefully now, if we have a longer time with them, we'll be able to restore them even stronger when they return to their home school. And now I welcome any questions and feedback.
Questions, governing board members? Yes, Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Ekstrom, and thank you for your presentation tonight.
You're welcome.
With the change to 180 days, have you seen an increased enrollment, or have you seen any changes or any kind of different responses?
We just received our first student a week ago or a week and a half ago. So no, not really. He was already with us. We just get to keep him longer.
Yeah, it was just very, very recently that we made that change. So
Yes.
hopefully we'll start seeing some
And I see, if I may interject, is I can see that the governing board might be able to modify some of these expulsions and send them to us. I don't know. That's a plus.
Mr. Romero?
So I want to first of all say thank you, Linda, for helping me coordinate with Ms. Espinoza today. And I did visit both Palo Verde and Doolin today. And I was actually there while they were doing the Goodwill and the Emerge. And it sounds like that pilot project that you guys are working with to help bring the kids to have someone else that they can talk to. And then, like you said, that transitions back into their home school. I'm not sure how this came about, but it seems like it's going to be a positive impact moving forward in DAPE. So thank you for that. And then I just have one question, because I know you said you had 4 vacancies, but you're having 2 to get to that 10. Of the 2 vacancies you want to keep open, is there a reason you want to keep them open, or do you think you want to have that in case you need floaters if you do get an influx of 10? I don't want to answer for you. I want to, I guess, understand.
Yes, so I would like to keep 2 FTEs just to have that cushion, just to provide for those unknown consequences that we might have with the 180-day students, and also for those floaters, if we need that extra staff.
And then I noticed at the school, each school has a monitor as well, correct?
That is correct.
And then as far as like if you have someone that calls on out as far as like a monitor, do you have a backup thing, or do you have subs that kind of fill those spaces?
So we provide subs within our department. So with those extra FTEs, they would help with those subs. So our budget line for substitutes, we really don't use it very much because we fill in.
Okay. And I appreciate you getting down to as close to that 10% as possible. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you for your presentation. I know, with the raising like DAPE to 180 days as opposed to the 40, there's a lot of information we don't know at this point. Who knows how many students are going to be utilizing the services now. So I want to caution us, in eliminating too much from your department. Though I do want to mention, I always have to harken back to what DAPE was pre-COVID. And I believe before we were out of court supervision, we were ordered to return DAPE to how it originally was. My first year serving on the governing board, I visited Project More and their DAPE site, and they had 3, maybe even 4 or 5 DAPE teachers. Each one had a different subject matter that they taught. They were certified in math, for instance, or another subject. So, I'm very happy that we still have DAPE. I think it's really important, but I would love to see it get back to where it once was. I think that if, of course, we're looking at the roster. I don't know what slide that is, but yeah, it's just a handful of students now at each DAPE site. I think we could do a lot better at promoting the program for students who are suspended long-term, so that they can realize that how many, opportunities are within this program. So, gosh, I really don't want to eliminate from this department either. I know I keep saying that, but I think there's ways that we can cut back on this deficit that don't have to do with direct student services. So, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw.
Yes.
Another question, and I know maybe Dr. Trujillo, so are we getting credit for these students that are going to DAPE even they're suspended?
What DAPE is, it's an extension of academic classroom, of classroom access to the homeschool. So it's an extension of that academic access coming from the homeschool. So the homeschool teachers provide the work to be done in DAPE. The DAPE teachers don't do the lesson planning, they don't do the unit planning, they kind of monitor and support the work that's going on. Now, Yolanda's got some pretty good ideas of how that's going to change with 180 days. Obviously, as an educator, I do support that for the short term. I do think that there's academic fidelity in that. If you have a student in there for 30 to 45 days, which is the former DAPE model, now we're going to 180. For 30 to 45 days, you could have DAPE staff in there monitoring work assigned from a high school or a middle school. But if you're going 180, that's different. I can't stand by that fidelity for 180 days. That would be a different model where we would actually have to be designing the curriculum, and DAPE would become more of a standalone academic provider versus an extension, which is what it was for 30 to 45. But Yolanda's in the process of talking about how we could maybe utilize TUVA to provide some of that core support and what some of the different staffing models would look like.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Shaw.
I think, Mr. Wormer, was your question, like, do they count for average daily membership? Was that what your question was, in terms of do they count?
School, for the home school, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
You too. Next is item 7.3, Exceptional Education Service Enhancement, School Year 25-26.
Yeah, so number one, I want to thank all of our exceptional education service providers that showed up and spoke a call to the audience, and certainly who I interacted with at Catalina a couple of weeks ago. But there's some points of clarification that I want to make before Dr. Salmon gets started. Dr. Salmon is a wonderful leader. I think she's doing a great job. But it wasn't her sitting in her office deciding that the ExEd leadership structure needed to be reconfigured. That was me. And that didn't start just overnight. It has been a result of 3 years of just a dramatic, and some of you have even seen it in your inboxes and even at calls to the audience. For the last 3 years, we've seen a dramatic increase in escalated situations coming into the superintendent's office, reaching the board, and unfortunately sometimes reaching the Arizona Department of Education's dispute resolution department. Now, the nice thing about going to ADE is they do have a dispute resolution department that encourages parents and schools to work out whatever the contentious issues are. The point of origin of the majority of the conflicts that we see escalated, number one, are a parent's disagreement with the IEP team's recommendation, and the parent challenging the notion that it's the IEP team as a collective that makes the final decision, and sometimes entering into an IEP meeting thinking that they're the parent, they make the final call. It's the team that makes the call. Well, those situations very quickly escalate to parents wanting to challenge, parents coming to the district office, parents coming to the superintendent's office, going to get an advocate. The second most common conflict that we see is the parent expressing concerns that IEP accommodations and modifications are not being implemented with fidelity inside of the classroom. And very quickly, those disagreements escalating and coming up to the district office or even getting into ADE or getting into your inboxes, as you've seen over the years. So Dr. Salmon and Dr. Hewitt and I, along with a couple of regionals, really started brainstorming about 1.5 years ago in terms of how could a leadership structure be more effective. My main function as a superintendent is to look at the district office's leadership configuration and try to always make sure that it's a model that is lean, effective, and addresses some of the concerns that we've been hearing, not only with all of these escalated conflicts, but what we hear from principals and what we hear from teachers in terms of challenges with responsibility, visibility, and accessibility. So I asked Dr. Salmon, I said, start thinking about a model that, number one, puts us closer to where these situations are escalating. The point of origin is the school. What does an office-based leadership configuration look like versus a school-based? Well, we have office-based right now with the assistant director configuration. What does school-based look like? If we can put people in schools to be closer to the origin of the conflict and de-escalate issues quicker, we could possibly see a reduction. That was charge number one. Charge number two was a model that would reduce administrative costs, shaving us down from having 5 central office administrators to 5 school-based positions that are interfacing with families and teachers to solve a lot of these issues. And from that assignment, this is the result. This is the reconfiguration that Dr. Salmon came up with, but it was my guidance. It was my communication that we needed to change things because the status quo was not working. What you're going to see tonight is a result of that. I know that we've had some speakers that have said that, this is Dr. Salmon and it's Dr. Salmon's idea. Again, I just want to reiterate that this was a struggle. The current leadership configuration we have, I haven't found it to be the most effective given the amount of complaints and escalated conflicts that we see coming out. And it does not increase administrative costs. It actually decreases, as we would be eliminating 5 central office positions and consolidating them down to 1. In terms of the senior director's role, we would love to see Dr. Salmon more plugged in to more hands-on budget management. The IDEA budget is big. We need Dr. Salmon's expertise for policy creation as well as professional development planning. And we need what she does best, managing relationships and holding contracted vendors accountable, especially those that provide daily personnel support. That's been hard with the current leadership configuration that has our leadership representatives so distanced from the schools. It takes so much time for school level issues to get up the chain. And there are times where we have to lose Dr. Salmon's expertise in these larger focus areas because she's at a single school de-escalating a single dispute between a parent and an IEP team. And those are overrunning her. And that's where we also wanted to make sure that we were able to free her up for larger executive leadership responsibility, which I think when she's putting out fires, we lose a little bit of. So I just wanted to preface that before we get started with her presentation. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Salmon.
All right, thank you, Dr. Trujillo. So good evening, President Ekstrom, board members, Council Ross. And so again, this really is looking at overall in the nation, what we're seeing with exceptional education, what you're hearing, what I'm seeing is not isolated to Tucson Unified School District. It's not isolated to Arizona. So I just wanted to start with that information. And so this really is to take a look at how do we get services to the providers that need our support and our guidance, our teachers, our related service providers who you heard from earlier, our administrators, like our new administrator at Wheeler. I'm super excited that she has that exceptional education background. So she might need a little bit of support with some resources. However, the processes and the procedures and that engagement with IEP teams and evaluation teams, she's one of our administrators who has that experience and background. We do have a few of those, but also looking at the turnover in our principalships and knowing that we've hired over 40 principals and many of them don't have that ExEd background. I wanted to figure out a structure that can give them that support and help with that decision making. And how do we respond to an escalated student? Like, how do we respond when an advocate is saying, I need you to do A, B, and C, or a parent who's saying, I don't agree with it. I'm the parent. I'm not signing the document. Therefore, I'm not agreeing. And knowing the difference and what does that mean? Signing your document means you're here. That's for attendance purposes. Is not for agreement purposes. So just making sure we're clear on our processes and we are supporting our students and our staff members. And so just taking a look at some of the trends, you've heard about this over with Dr. Hernandez that talked about the budget. And so we've been hearing about the overall decline in student enrollment. Our related service providers talked about numbers have been pretty steady in exceptional education, which has led to higher percentages of ExEd students on our campuses as compared to gen ed students. And just wanting to make sure that we are addressing that need and acknowledging that and knowing that some of our gen ed students are coming. We know that 1 in 3 students have been impacted by trauma. We know that there's been a lot going on in our community and our society that affects our students in our schools. And some of these students are gen ed students who are struggling, and just thinking about that impact and how that's influencing our overall school campuses. We also have had an increase in refugee students who've come in to our TUSD schools. We have a good number of them who have had academic or medical needs, and because these students aren't diagnosed, they're not in a program. So ExEd has picked up providing some contracted CNAs, some targeted adult supports, which is paraprofessionals, nurses in some situations. So whatever the student needs to access education, our staff members have been supporting in that area and also funding those services. And we just know that we are having fewer educators, fewer school psychologists, and fewer related service providers going into schools or maybe even going into the field period. And so we're just working with people who have been certified in a different way, who may not have gone through traditional programs, to prepare them for those roles. So really looking at our support structures and how we can just meet the needs of more diverse students is our goal for this plan and structure. So this is just a picture of our demographics. So it shows that in exceptional education, we're responsible for about 6,300 students. So that means we're providing either specially designed instruction, which means we have an ex-ed teacher who's providing reading, writing, or math support. We have related service providers who are providing like speech and language support, occupational therapy, counseling. We have American Sign Language staff members. So we have a host of providers in TUSD. We also have 2,000 students who qualify for exceptional education services either in private schools or home schools. We are obligated to provide services for those students as well. So then that makes our number be over 8,000 students who we are servicing on a regular basis. We employ over 350 ex-ed teachers, 380 paraprofessionals, and so we are really just working with more advocates, with more legal representatives, higher student needs, and a competition for the limited services that we have that are available in our district in Arizona and then nationwide, the services and the related service providers that are available, and just consistently working within the structures of the federal government. And like our IDEA grant, as Dr. Trujillo mentioned, which is over $20 million. So we're working on the funding for that, making sure that we're meeting all the expectations and the documentation and the supports. And then also working with Arizona Department of Education, who's coming in, monitoring, providing feedback, and we're showing growth and progress in all those areas. The proposed structure change is just showing here, like there's a senior director, which is my position, so that's going to continue. The change here is going from the 5 assistant directors to 1 director and the 5 program specialists. And so the difference in that is our current assistant directors have other administrative tasks. So they're sometimes the point of contact for extended school year. They are supporting the private parochial evaluation process. They help oversee like our transition from school to work program. Some of them also have been overseeing our related service provider leads. So for example, with speech and language therapy, there is a lead SLP. For occupation and physical therapy and adaptive PE, we have 1 lead position that's currently vacant. We've advertised for that position. For like our educational interpreters, we have a lead person who also has a supervisor who is a central member of our team. We have our social workers. There's a team, there's a lead. Our school psychologist team has a lead. So in the past, our assistant directors have been supervising those individuals as well as doing other additional duties. So all of those responsibilities will go to the director and myself. So our program specialists will be housed at a regional school site. They will be providing monthly meetings with both the administrators and all of our ex-ed staff. They'll have a schedule where they're making regular visits to check in, to provide information based on what's going on overall, to hear what's happening on the campuses, and just to provide that proactive, preventive support to our schools and our students, and to have more of a relationship with parents because they're there. They can participate in meetings, they can participate in recognition activities, and they can see parents at drop off and pick up to make it more personal and have that connection so they're not so disconnecting and being centrally located. And then we'll continue with the section leaders, as I mentioned, that were once supervised by assistant directors. Okay, and just looking at the rationale for change, we just want to be more purposeful about providing that direct feedback, like being there, working alongside of our teams, knowing what's going on, giving that real-time feedback. Just having that constant point of contact. One of the benefits of having that director to oversee the 5 positions is sometimes we get focused on what's happening in our region. And exceptional education is really important to know what's happening across the district because we have specialized programs where we make programmatic placements. We have to be aware of the demographics in those placements. We also come to a point where there's a saturation, like we have caseload limits for our teachers in our classrooms. So for example, the limit limit is typically 12 in many of our self-contained classrooms. So once we get to that limit, if you're in one region and you have no more spaces in that type of program, then you have to look to a neighboring region to place a student. And so just helping to keep abreast of what's happening and providing that support. And so we just know that research really supports getting that level of differentiated support and having that frequent feedback and just building and strengthening that relationship with all of our stakeholders is very important, so that we are maximizing our support, so that we're supporting recruitment and retention in these fields that we so desperately need. And we've heard kind of about those shortages in those areas of need. Here, just the change outcomes, as Dr. Trujillo mentioned, some of the big things that the senior director needs to be responsible for are really compliance related. Exceptional education is really compliance based and compliance ran. So if things aren't documented, they didn't happen, is kind of the way the IDEA runs. And so we have to make sure that we're following policies and procedures. And by doing that, that keeps the funding coming in. That also keeps the litigation out of our work field. And so that's something that's very important. And so really taking a look at like what's happening in the demographics of our students. One of the things that I've noticed from looking at our data is in the past, we had a lot more students who had behavioral challenges, who had emotional disabilities. And so we've had Mary Meredith as a program for students with emotional disabilities. And that's a program that is very specialized. There's a great system there. There are lots of staff members who are very knowledgeable. So what we're seeing is an increase in students with autism. And so just having that time to strategically plan, like how can we start supporting students with high needs who have autism in our district is something I want to spend more time working on with other members of our district, so we can start planning and preparing to support students that way. We know that that would be a way to also increase our enrollment, because that is something that parents are seeking, and that's something parents often go to private schools because they have that specialized level of support and care. And so we just want to look at those systems and those structures and then make sure that we are providing the impact and the support for all of our stakeholders. And then we're just kind of keeping things aligned throughout the district, so our regions are calibrated. The regional teams, as I mentioned, each region will have a team. And so that would be a designated school site. And so thinking about which of our sites will have the regional location really depends on the ExEd needs. So we're looking at schools that have high ExEd needs. Like we have some schools who have high percentages of ExEd students, even though they don't have specialized programs. And then we have some schools that have specialized programs, therefore the ExEd student needs are there. And so who will be in these regional sites? That would be the program specialist who's housed there with the team. We currently have program coordinators. These program coordinators will continue to be a part of the regional team and support. Our clinician support specialists, these are individuals who help with the evaluation process. So they collect data, they request records, they do student observations, they do data entry to help with the evaluation process. We have bachelor of social workers who help with emotional and behavior needs of students in each region. And then we have instructional specialists, and our instructional specialists are parapro level positions who have extensive background in behavior and social emotional support as well. And so the last information I'll share is just about communication. We've been hearing about like the request or the need or to have more communication. And so these are some ways that we currently have been communicating with ExEd staff members and administrators. So we have office hours monthly, we have a monthly newsletter, we have weekly information that we send out to our ExEd providers. And so then we also have TEA meetings that are monthly. We have a team that consists of some teachers, a related service provider, and we have employee relations and a regional superintendent who sits in this space. And then we have our forum. We had our annual forum that was in April, where we talked about the things that exceptional education has done leading up to the end of the year. We also attend like cadre meetings. Each of our different related service providers have cadre meetings. So just attending those and staff recognition, and certainly just being available for any questions via email or phone calls, or also visiting sites is an opportunity for that. So that concludes my portion of the presentation. And so I'll pause here for any questions about what I've said, and then we'll turn it over to some finance and budget questions.
Any questions for Dr. Simon? Thank you.
I have some questions.
Oh, Dr. Shaw.
Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Simon, this late in the evening. When you say 6,300 students, like what qualifies someone as being like excess? Is that anyone with a 504 plan, along with the IEPs? All of them are included. That's like 1 in 6 students in our district.
Yes.
That's a lot.
So it's a student who's met one of the 13 qualifications for a student with an educational disability. Yes.
Okay. And then the changes, is this for the next school year then?
For the next school year. Yes.
And then can you address, like, I'm sorry if I missed it, but address like the budget issue is coming from the IDEA budget and there's a tenuous budget source, or is that a pretty consistent budget source in terms of funding this position, the new position long term?
Yes, so that position will be funded through IDEA through the grant, and so that's a pretty consistent grant. It has been pretty consistent, so the funding will be there. By moving the program specialist to more school-based, that moves it from an administrative level position to a school-based position. So we would go from having 6 administrators to just 2, the senior director and a director, and then the program specialists are not administrative level positions.
So it's not like a threatened federal force, like it's not coming out in the threats of cutting?
No,
as far as you know.
not anything's being cut. No.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I'm glad that you mentioned the principal at Wheeler that we approved tonight, and how she does have experience, and how, like, I think you said 40 of our principals do not. Do we have professional development opportunities for our administrators to, understand the issues and keeping us in compliance?
Yes, we do. And so we have professional development for principals, like we had one on our October PLD. We also have ILA sometimes. So we give information to them. We've provided some inclusion-based PD for principals. There's a new opportunity that I just sent out today to the regionals, so thank you for asking about that. It's through Pima County, and so Pima County has come up with a 2-workshop series that's geared toward general ed administrators to just help them understand IDEA and exceptional education law and procedures. And so that's something that will be available, and I will also be attending. So I certainly welcome some of our fellow administrators to attend that as well.
Okay, thank you. The reason I ask is because, like, although I'm like always down for like cutting administration, no offense everyone, but I worry that if we reduce it, like, how is that gonna help us improve our compliance? I know we had a lot of speakers today and at previous board meetings, alleging that with the caseloads, that a lot of things fall through the cracks. And so I wonder if we can put some of that work on, like, our principals, our vice principals, or dean of students, so that, like, we could take some of that money that would go to a director or the 5 assistant directors and use it to either, like, boost up our salary or hire more of those service providers so that the caseloads can be reduced.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. And so we certainly want to hire more service providers. For some of the positions, we're just not getting applicants, so we have the position there. And I have been working with HR to review the salaries. And so that's something that's an opportunity for negotiation to increase the salaries that we have. Okay. Thank you.
Ricky to give a brief is the operative word, given the time of night, about Medicaid as a funding source. I know there's been some statements about Medicaid, that, it's sort of, Medicaid is the magic solution to funding everything with XED. It's actually a pretty limited amount of money that we see on an ongoing basis. So I asked Ricky just to give an overview of where we stand.
Yeah, so Medicaid, we receive Medicaid payments for services provided to students who both have an IEP and are Medicaid, or in Arizona it's called Access, are Access eligible. The reimbursement rates are determined by Access, so depending on the services that they're provided, we get a reimbursement from those. Those claims are filed through a third-party service provider that the Department of Ed actually hires in order for us to then receive a reimbursement for those services provided by the different service providers in the XED department. These are the various services specifically within the exceptional education department that are eligible for reimbursement through Medicaid. Now, we are able to file claims for students without disabilities who do get services and are also access eligible. We currently do not do that. That's something that actually health services will be taking on through the new electronic health record system. So that is currently in a ramp up phase with Dr. Gau's department, so that we can then start expanding the universe of students that we do service through Medicaid. So in the last 8 years, we've received just over $34 million in reimbursement funds. So we receive an average of $4 million from the Medicaid fund. On average, we've been spending about $3 million. Like I mentioned previously, the electronic health record system that was approved last spring for health services is going to enable us to increase revenues by being able to file additional claims for non-ExEd access eligible students who receive services. Nevertheless, Medicaid fund is, one of those kind of district contingency funds that we've designated in the district because it is an unrestricted nature type fund, right? We've got other ones like auxiliary operations, impact data, and indirect costs. But this year, the projected revenue for Medicaid is just over $1.5 million based on the services provided by the service providers in ExEd. Now, if you recall, in spring of 2024, the board requested that ESSER-funded MTSS facilitators be moved into M&O. In order for us to be able to cover the salaries for those facilitators, we moved all nurses' salaries and benefits, since they're eligible to be paid with Medicaid directly, into the Medicaid fund for this fiscal year. And that should say July of 2024. So currently we've got nurses in there. Now, if you move, or if there was this concept of moving salaries and benefits for the providers, OTs, PTs, and SLPs from M&O to Medicaid, they're potentially maybe supplanting with IDEA. So without kind of getting, you can kind of see what the tests are, but really the supplanting requirements for IDEA basically require us to continue spending at or above the level that we've been spending year over year, as well as the budget. So if automatically these individual positions may be funded out of M&O, are moved out of M&O and into Medicaid, potentially we could fail the supplanting test from IDEA, and then that puts at risk the IDEA funding. It's very different than other supplanting and other federal awards. IDEA does it a very specific way. Dr. Salmon's department is really good about making sure that they pass muster with both the eligibility and compliance tests. So this is just an overview kind of the financial profile of the Medicaid fund. As you can see, we've kind of incrementally been able to add to the fund balance. In fiscal year 24, there was an increase in revenues, but that was due to a delay in reimbursements. A lot of that had to do with, unfortunately, the Medicaid fraud that happened with other service providers that delayed payments for, system-wide. And so we were caught up in that because, ultimately access is really the avenue by which we receive Medicaid funding. Nevertheless, the amount of expenditures will exceed revenues by about, about what is that, $2 million? But that is until the health services component essentially catches up over the course of the next 24 months. These are line item details for the different departments that are currently funded with Medicaid. So HR receives a portion mostly dedicated to stipends, specifically for hiring ExEd positions. Exceptional Ed receives a significant portion of it. You can see the various positions that are laid out from ExEd. We do fund the Dean of Students at Wakefield. This is part of when Wakefield reopened. This is where the position was funded. We've continued to fund the Dean of Students at Wakefield from Medicaid fund. Utilities, when we lost the Emergency Connectivity Fund, which was essentially COVID funding for hotspots for students, we use now Medicaid to fund a limited number of Wi-Fi hotspots for students who are eligible for free and reduced lunch. So we do distribute a few of those that the district pays for. Curriculum development, they receive some funding for the teacher development program. this is essentially kind of grow our own type funding for grow our own staffing. So they receive a limited amount of funding. The brunt of the money goes to health services, $3.9 million, and that's because of our school nurses being moved into that. They receive other operational funding. You can see the 2-year budget there for the electronic health records project. So, they receive the lion's share of the expenditure budget for Medicaid funds. These are the different types of reimbursements we've received for the different types of providers over the last few fiscal years. So you can see, it has, and this is dependent on the services that are provided by the providers and that they're actually filing the correct claims. So, there's kind of a 2-part test to making sure that we are actually reimbursed. So this is, the current projection based on the services that we're looking for this year is about $1.5 million, which is an increase of just over $135,000 to what we received in the past fiscal year for direct services providers. So I think that is it. So,
Dr. Shaw.
Brief.
Thank you, President Ekstrom. I just want to, a little confused on the numbers, Ricky. So from all the expenses on slide 16 and 17 and 18, we're looking at over $5 million.
Right.
And then where was the slide? On slides 15, though, like the expenditures and encumbrances are more in the $4 million range.
These 401 million. 5.4. Yeah, these are basically, the current encumbrances that we have. They may not, so that one is the budget, these are expenditures. So that's the difference. So those are the budgeted line items. They may not have expended those dollars yet, or they may not be encumbered.
That's like vacancies and other things.
Yeah, correct.
Now, I think for what I'm hearing from a lot of folks and what we're trying to do is not move all of the SLPs, OTs, and PTs into Medicaid, but maybe be able to expand some positions through Medicaid funding. Can you either speak to now or come back to us with analysis on how it would affect, what's the term you use? The
supplanting?
Supplanting issue?
It wouldn't be a supplanting issue because these are added positions, right? So it's moving existing positions funded from M&O into Medicaid that could potentially create a supplanting problem. But if you're just building on top of what you have, that would be more of a supplemental issue.
So then can we can we get more of a budget in terms of like the Medicaid, and if we were able to expand some positions in there, whether it is the SLPs, OTs, PTs that like they've been advocating for, or other positions that we think would be really helpful for student outcomes and their health and needs that we're building for. Like I see counselors and social workers be able to bill for services as well. Like what do we have left? And I know we don't want to go in a deficit budget at everything, but we do have a carry forward here. So what can we sustain this for 5-6 years and do something, more for students for some time on counseling services, on therapy services and other things that we can use some of this Medicaid funding balance for.
And I will say my only concern, and I agree with you, we've been carrying a healthy fund balance in here. My only concern is kind of similar related to the question around the volatility of IDEA. Medicaid probably has a greater volatility than IDEA from the federal level. That one is more under the microscope from the federal budgeting perspective than is IDEA, because Medicaid is not just school, direct school services. It's everything, right? You just think about everything that goes into Medicaid. And so in the long run, we may be able to continue the revenues, but that's ultimately dependent on how the federal government decides to take on Medicaid and the expenditures.
We have a lot bigger problems in our community than our school budget if Medicaid was cut
significantly. If Medicaid is cut significantly, ultimately this is probably...
more than our schools.
Yeah.
But I know there's been threats made about that, but that'd be very surprising if they have a significant cuts. Was something that's
we're watching it. We're just watching it for sure.
So I'd love to look into that budget and kind of see what we can do with some of these positions facing students.
Okay.
Any other questions? Great, thank you. Moving on to consent agenda. I know Dr. Shaw wants to pull 5.3. Anybody else want to pull anything? Yes.
No, I just agreed with 5.3.
Okay. So I will motion to move 5.2, 5.4, 5.5, and 5.6.
Second.
A motion is made by myself, seconded by Dr. Shaw. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Item 5.3, Dr. Shaw.
Ms. Hewitt, yeah, if you can just address, I know I forwarded you an email by a principal with some concerns and just kind of addressing why this specific program was selected, what went into that decision, what kind of curriculum committee you have that's making these decisions, and then some alternatives that were vetted and why they weren't chosen compared to the option that's being brought before us.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things our teachers have asked for consistently is to avoid changing curriculum that we have in terms of having cohesion and consistency across our district. Benchmark Advanced is our current core ELA program, and it makes sense to utilize Benchmark Phonics as a supplemental program to our benchmark because it's in alignment with our scope and sequence. So we made sure that that's the reason that we wanted to continue or use Benchmark Phonics as a supplemental program to our core ELA. So that's why it was chosen. It's already been approved as far as the supplemental piece. So right now it's one of the things we have been asked for our teachers is that our literacy component really needs a phonics program, and we know that for the past few years we have not been able to provide that to our schools. So this is a much needed program for our district. However, we wanted to make sure that it's in alignment with our core curriculum. Heidi, did you want to add anything? No, that was good.
Yes, Michelle.
Thank you. So is this printed? I see the box there and what you're holding. Is this all print or is it both digital and print?
It's both, I believe. Yeah. And we brought a sample so you can see what the teacher kits would entail. It does include lots of manipulatives and a lot of supports for teachers to engage in that phonics instruction very strategically. We know that now a lot of the research is coming out around the science of reading, which indicates that explicit phonics instruction is critical to increase our literacy, and that's we want to make sure that we go in that direction as well as a district.
Yeah, I'm happy that we're moving towards that again. I think we've really done a disservice to our students for kind of putting that on the back burner. I'm a little hesitant just because of the dollar amount. Sure. But I have been wanting us to invest in phonics again. I just saw some data about each of our school districts in Pima County and who's doing the best in reading in ELA. And I think at the top of the list was Marana because they decided to invest in phonics and kind of move away from the Common Core curriculum structure that I believe maybe we follow. Our state follows a Common Core standard rather. And so I'm really interested in just seeing what Marana does. I haven't spoken to any of their board members. Unfortunately, I don't think they were at the Superintendent's Collaborative, but I think we should kind of reach out to other districts, especially those that have such a high level of proficiency in that regard. And so do you know if they're using this specific phonics program? Yeah.
I don't know that about Marana. However, we do know that this benchmark specifically is research-based, evidence-based. They even have differentiation for each lesson for our English language learners, for example, different levels that teachers can utilize on how to really engage in that phonics instruction very strategically. One of the things that we're working on in curriculum and instruction is developing a literacy framework as well, because I know that literacy, we know that it's just fundamental and we need to make improvements in that area, lots of improvement. So we want to make sure we provide not only the materials, but the guidance and the structure so that we can be very intentional in our literacy blocks, how we teach instruction, how we pull small groups, how we're more intentional with that phonics piece, which is it's lacking in our district. Now, there are some of our schools that have, because of the lack of this program, they have purchased other programs throughout the years. We want to work with those schools because we don't want to, we want to make sure we work collaboratively with them in how to transition to benchmark phonics, but in a way that works for their sites. So I have engaged in a preliminary conversation with those principals. So we want to make sure we do the least disruption, but also move towards improving our literacy practices.
Okay. And then I just want to raise this point, like, I'm looking at what you're holding. It looks like a lot of stuff.
We'll bring it over.
It's okay. But I just want to comment that, like, perhaps these programs that have, like, packets that we give to students that end up getting thrown out if they're, like, individualized or what have you with all this information, perhaps that's confusing. You know what I mean? Whatever happened to just using the alphabet and a piece of paper, and sounding out the word.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, that's a very small cost for that.
Right. What the research says is that for phonics instruction, it has to be very explicitly taught. So you have to break the words down to the sounds and making sure that students see that. And the materials are research based in terms of they're easily accessible. And we would be purchasing the 2022 version, right, for this program. Do you want to add?
So I just wanted to say it's not all like workbooks or worksheets. Right. These are like interactive boards where students are, saying the word, moving the letter into its place, blending letters and sounds together. So it's kind of like manipulative based, which is important for the diversity of our learners to have that hands-on, minds-on, visual. These are actually cards that show kids how our mouth is positioned when we, articulate different sounds. This goes up in the room as teachers are teaching these. They show the kids, they practice with their mouths. So it's not just like, here's this workbook, fill in the blank. Right. It's really interactive and hands-on, experiences for them.
Okay, so whatever's given to the student, is that like, can that be used for the next year, or is it like?
There are some consumables, unfortunately, that usually comes with, programs. It's minimal, it's not very much, but there are some consumables.
Okay, and then you mentioned that this was vetted by like a task force or like, I think you said principals, but like, was it, how like comprehensive was the, decision for this?
So one of the things that we are very careful about when we select resources for literacy is the first vetting that we look for is ADE's vetting. Okay. ADE has a process for vetting literacy materials used with K-5 students. They go through a vetting, making sure that it is research-based. They have strong ESSA tiers of evidence for that program. So we look there first. And then we look at our TUSD curriculum, its alignment. So we did bring this program before the board because schools wanted to buy a supplement for phonics. So we have several schools that are using benchmark phonics and having great results with their students. So last year we did have a group of teachers that came together to identify some intervention materials. And administrators as well, and they were very clear. We'll go with this change, but we need you not to change our programs, which is what really propelled us to select benchmark phonics from all of the different phonics programs, because they would have been new to teachers, they weren't comprehensive K-5, and they didn't align to our current literacy resources. So those were the reasons that we did go through. We didn't have a specific committee for this decision, but we have a literacy framework committee that we addressed this issue with, as well as a principal focus group.
Yes, Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, and I just, having been here before, in the early days of my superintendency, I made the mistake of approving supplementary materials that didn't match the core adopted text. That was not fun. The teacher revolt and putting the genie back in the bottle. We've since learned, and we're already dealing with some frustrations in other areas around assessment. You go switching phonics instruction to another company separate and apart from what the district textbook is and benchmark, we're increasing that anxiety. and then we have to double back and do the work of alignment and crosswalking the new company to ELA, to benchmark advance. So I really do appreciate your sensitivity to that.
Yes, Dr. Shaw.
Dr. Hewitt, how much of $700,000 is like physical materials and how much of it is computer-based?
I think they're mostly physical materials, and the digital is that added piece.
This is mostly all physical. Yeah, it makes me really happy if that's the case.
Yeah, it is all physical. They already have what we call the benchmark universe. So they already have access to that digital component.
Right.
Mr. Romero.
So you had mentioned there's other schools that have already have a phonics program that they've incorporated. Is that the DIBBLES program? Or
No, the DIBBLES is one of our assessments for phonics. So they would have, for example, I've heard foundations, Haggerty. The survey that I sent out to our principals, I had 26 different programs. And to some extent, that's not bringing a phonics program before you. So I'm excited that we finally have an opportunity to provide that, especially as the research is coming out around the science of reading, making sure that it's intentional. So with those schools, we plan to work collaboratively with them, because one of the challenges is that since this will be our core phonics program, we might not be able to provide support for those other programs. There's 26 different ones. So we need to bring some consistency across our district, making sure that we provide access and opportunity for all of our students to have a well-researched, evidence-based phonics program. So we'll have to work with those schools, make sure that we don't we're sensitive to the changes, and we work with them to transition to these programs.
Okay, so there's 26 different programs.
From the survey I got.
How many schools does that affect?
About 26.
Okay, so each one has their own different one. They didn't kind of go say, hey, and talk to each other.
And some of them may have different ones. So, for example, we may have two schools with the same program. For example, UFly, or some other schools use foundations, maybe 2 or 3. Since we have 60 elementary schools, they could have common programs.
Okay.
Those are the 26 that answered. So.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Motion made by myself, seconded by Dr. Shaw. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I don't even know where we are, Dr. Trio. 6.3.
The last item.
We have a couple more. Are we not doing 6.4 and 6.5?
I think it's just my screen's on. 6.3.
Who's doing 6.3?
Yeah, the approval to procure goods and services for Carrillo's K-5 school rainwater drainage improvements. I believe that is our operations team.
Are you watching the game in there?
I hope nobody is watching the game. This is the last order of business for the evening.
Here comes Dr.
Oh, we're gonna.
Okay, Carter.
There's no slideshow. So
Right. You're not here for another 30 minutes talking about rainwater? Right.
Good afternoon or evening.
Morning. Morning.
It's late. Okay, thank you. To the governing board, thank you for allowing us to present the bond actual projects. I'm Dr. Charlotte Carter, and super excited to present another Q3, Q4 project. So this is a proposal for the Carrillo K-5 Magnet School rainwater drainage improvements. This is a backup to SFD funding. So what I wanted to present, that if for some reason the SFD funding does not occur or is not funded by March 31st, then we have a means and a way to fund this particular project. It is a very important project. It is going to be for approximately $140,000. We also put a contingency of 20% for a total of $168,000. This particular project is in regards to making improvements so we don't continue to have flooding in the basement of the classrooms and also the elevator. This project was presented to us by risk management as an exception. So the process is that if a project we want to move higher on the priority list, it has to go through exception process, and this has already gone through the Bond Oversight Committee. The 3 modifications that are needed for effective protection and property and to stop the water intrusion in the building is 1, modification of the existing pavement. Number 2, installing the gutters. Number 3, the modify of the sump pumps and the sump pit to increase efficiency. So what I'm asking for today is a motion to grant authority to the purchasing director in conjunction with the bond program manager, myself, to procure goods and services using approved TUSD and cooperative contracts for the Creole K-5 magnet school rainwater drainage improvements, not to exceed $140,000 plus the 20% contingency, where single purchases may exceed $250,000 or for cumulative purchases with cooperative contract vendors in excess of $250,000. So that is my ask for today.
Madam President? Yes, Dr. or Ms. Shaw.
That's okay. Are these improvements going to align with our climate action policy? Like, are we just putting up like some gutters, or are we working to harvest the rainwater so that not only are we preventing flooding issues, but we're gonna be able to use that water for like their garden or other things?
I'm asking for subject matter expert on that one. I would hope that, but.
Yes, great question. Yes, we're actually partnering with the City of Tucson Storm Drain Department, and they're actually looking at our concept design right now. On the southwest side of the campus, the rain gutters are going to collect and drop into a 5,300 gallon water cistern. Part of the drainage design that we're submitting to the city, we as a developer of our property, we have to maintain a certain amount of water on our property. And we thought if we can partner with the City of Tucson Rain Harvesting Department, they actually are gonna fund a piece of it right now. So we're going through that and having meetings with the City of Tucson Department to see how much of that funding they can share with us. So yes, we are adding a 5,300 gallon water cistern with a gravity fed outlet on the bottom.
That's great, thank you.
Mr. Romero?
So I had a chance to tour the facility with Principal Biddle, and yeah, the drainage aspect, the gutters is key, because if we don't put those gutters in, we're just going to destroy these new sump pumps that we put in here. One of the other things that they have one of the sump pumps, and there was still water in it, so I'm thinking, and it hadn't rained for months. They have their garden in that area. How can we figure out a way to, instead of pumping this water up and out away from where it's going now, have a water harvesting container out there so that they can, where that sump pump is going, can go into that water, add water harvesting to that. Not that I want to stop the budget from moving forward, but I think having this extra piece to it, or if we can do an amendment to it so that it's helping them in their garden area.
Yes, again, great question. So in the concept design that we submitted to the City of Tucson Flood Control District and the Streets Department, they're partnering, as I said, with the stormwater detention to see how much of that rainwater we can actually harvest. When we submitted the initial proposal had only identified the gutters and the roof outflow. They basically said, let's take a look at exactly what you're saying, Mr. Romero, on taking a look at the water that is being excised from these sump pumps and maybe capture that also, as long as we can maintain our percentage per development for on-water site detention. And that's what they're actually reviewing right now, to see how we can actually, so there's 5 total sump pumps throughout the site, and they're looking at capturing what we can do to capture that amount of water and utilize it on the campus also. And the discussion that we had was how can we, make this happen with a cost share from the city stormwater. It's basically a rain harvesting department at the city of Tucson.
And is any part of this budget going to fix some of the problems that were caused by having some pumps that weren't working? Because I know there's some deterioration in one of the bottom classrooms, and then also where the water got past the sandbags and that tile and that downsound area over there. Are those going to be affected, or is it just fixing it now so we don't have worse problems later on?
That is exactly what this project is strictly going to address, the flooding issues on the site, so we don't have that. And the expediency is we want to get it done before monsoon season.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
I'll move the item.
I'll second. Motion is made by Dr. Shaw, seconded by Ms. Luna Rose. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Carter.
you.
Thank you.
Dr. Trujillo, are we doing 6.4, 6.5?
So the recommendation is for 6.4 to move it to the final meeting in March, to save a little bit
I
of
was
time.
looking forward to it tonight. Come on, that's like the one thing that was keeping me going.
I think we've talked enough about money that we can do the ACFR in the second meeting in March. And the last item is approval of contracts for certificated staff. Just because it was raised during the call to the audience, the board in executive content does have a detailed listing of all teachers by name. We obviously don't disclose that information publicly for a variety of reasons. However, it would be available through a public records request, should one be made.
Are there any questions for Mr. Fernandez? I'm going to move the item.
I'm going to second.
Motion has been made by myself and seconded by Ms. Luna Rose. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Future agenda items.
Board members, we will be busy again March 25th, desegregation budget development session number 3. We will look at magnet, family and community engagement, and multicultural education. We will also have our team from TEA and Employee Relations with a proposal for Prop 301 pay for performance plan for the upcoming school year, and then our capital project recommendations to the board for fiscal year 26. And we have a possible purchase sale agreement that might be ready for a public vote on the sale of 1010, potentially for the next meeting.
Okay. If there's no further business, this meeting stands adjourned.
That's the longest meeting we've ever had. I'm still here. Did we have one the first term?